It's right underneath the, right underneath the speaker. It's gonna be right underneath the speaker.
The presentation, live stream.
I'm gonna be up here.
Trying to.
We're live streamed. I can't even check this.
Can I move the camera? So that shows the screen.
Well, what I'm gonna do,
Do you not want to show the screen now?
you gotta change that.
Mhm.
Oh, I see.
You know what? No, you're not. So the, it looks brighter. You keep the light.
Maybe they.
Lady, right? This place is that it is dark and dingy.
Yeah, it does.
So it's weird, I said, the people always try to avoid it. I don't know why. But it feels extra bright.
I don't know why, when I got here, this room was already playing for upgrade. I was kind of surprised when I walked in, it wasn't highlighted.
Korean. You think gateway.
So this is on the list of highlights.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. What's it?
They're saying.
I was going to ask you, because how long is the, or how long is the participant and the slides? The group of it, yeah.
Yeah, because they're not able to see the screen. Is that what we want?
Okay. We'll need to see the screen and, no.
It wasn't this bright a few minutes ago. That's the problem I'm running into is
Can we do the camera without the screen? Like
just on the person.
yeah.
Yeah, just on the person presenting, it'll be closer and I can raise it and lower it, however, and adjust it.
I don't want it too close to me.
Oh, no, you looking cute today, so I don't know why not.
I'm trying to get my hair done.
Yeah.
Here, I can't get too much close up.
Yeah, the lights in the windows, yeah, there's a lot brighter than it was. 10, 15.
Okay, so we switch from B. Is it better if the camera is there? Instead of the side profile?
Yeah. Yeah, that's however you prefer. The only thing is the screen's kind of in the way.
But they can't.
Is he getting new blinds?
I put the blinds down. I've been adjusting
I
light.
mean, I don't like in the bright light, but to the camera.
All right, so what do you think of that?
Oh, I can't see when I'm, you can tell me because
Oh,
I
that's
can't look ahead and see.
The
Down.
yeah. Oh, now it's picking us up. And something.
Everybody's ready for now.
As you can hear out there.
Well, what? I haven't turned the mic.
Okay. Since I had Raven out there, tuned
Okay.
in,
Let's-
Can't hear us all.
I don't know yet.
You want me to be back?
Yes, I want to hear you beatbox. Yes. Please do.
Don't doubt my skills, I have them.
Good man. What's the?
Volleyball, basketball, softball, track, and field. Tracksmith is volleyball. So the track. So what's it? Okay, volleyball. We are, so Nancy is working on like the athletes. So we're gonna have you in a sense, a team, and so, but it needs to be like your. Rather you let ladies sport.
You can hear, it's just, you want to listen.
I can coach my wife. It's not gonna be honorary, but you just have to be your thing. Okay.
Sure.
I think they was talking about doing
Sure.
a kickball thing, I think. You can't do it because I'm tired. No, you can't. Volleyball, no. We usually don't even have. Okay, well, we have to have. The kick, my lord. I can't imagine watching. this
You
kickball.
voted for dodgeball, but.
No, I said that I'd be there about that. We'll be dodgeball. If somebody gonna play, hit somebody, these things.
Keep it in dodgeball.
And that's gonna be it.
You have to sign a waiver, y'all can play dodgeball.
No, that's why we're not gonna do it. Oh,
I was saying, I probably listened in the group. We're just checking, check, 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 check.
So Josh. I lost Josh again, so we're all getting, I'm trying to see how we can get an approach on one that touches, see if they can. I wanna put the camera in the middle, right? Because it was to the side. And then so she can mess with one day, so then that's you one. Come on, they're making it information. What's wrong, Josh?
You can understand, but you
You
can't.
mean online?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't?
You can understand. You have to.
Who's online? Are you checking?
There's not really another speaker to put it under. It sounds the sound. We can move it closer to the speaker.
We can talk to folks who are looking on too over there. Test it. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Go to presentation where you'll have. be able to see it.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Got those first questions.
Online.
Testing, just having the wireless mics, testing.
I can do that, but you know.
Testing my, testing. I'll cut it off.
Check, check, check.
Are you gonna log in on that?
I am up for.
Wait, I was on that chat one.
See if I don't have my. That's my.
Let's say hello, people online.
Sounds good. There we go. Yeah. That should be way.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Testing, testing. Maybe wrap up. Check out that. Shirts.
But anybody that. So. Yeah. Don't try. But if I think you want to get out the next day, you know. Okay, I will. I don't. Right.
Someone's watching now. Mike, here's about a bunch of chatter.
This is a test of the sound. Can y'all hear me? Okay. I know my mic is working. Check. Okay. It's a little delay.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Okay, wonderful. We're going to test the microphones to make certain you can hear us on the microphones as well. So you can just text in the chat. Good morning. We changed the link to allow you to. That's delayed?
Yes, it's the link to the live stream.
Can you guys hear me? Wonderful. We're going to test the microphones to make certain you can hear us on the microphones as well. So you can just text in the chat. Good morning. We changed the link to allow you to. That's delayed.
Directions.
Okay.
And you know that nothing could keep her away from this institute, and so it had to be very, very important. So I just wanted us to recognize her absence and just give her a big thank you and send warm wishes to her and her family at this time. And you know that nothing can keep her away from this institute, so it had to be very, very important. So I just wanted us to recognize her absence and give her a big thank you and send warm wishes to her and her family at this time. I'm hearing myself talk, and so we're gonna make sure the live is off. Well, we want to recognize her and give her a big thank you and warm. Yep. All right. Thank you, Josh. As she mentioned, we have a team joining us, so we had to make sure all of our technical stuff was working in order. Let me first extend a very, very warm welcome to each and every one of you participating in the 2024 Summer Institute for Aspiring Deans, Chairs, and Directors. As you know, this institute is designed to cultivate the talents of our faculty and staff who aspire to leadership roles. So I'm going to pause there and take the temperature of the room. How many faculty members do we have present? Okay, but and staff members? How many current deans or chairs are here? I see you. Okay, so we all also invite our current deans and chairs to be here as well, so you'll see them throughout the day. But I think this institute is very important to us because it not only allows us to foster valuable exchange by allowing our faculty and staff to invest in their talents, but it also gives us an opportunity to enable participants to contribute their knowledge and their best practices, ultimately bettering our entire community. And so we're happy to have this institute. This is year 2. I could not do this without Dr. Noelle Batiste and her team, and so I do want to thank them. And so over the next 2 days, we're going to focus on 2 things. One is going to be your leadership development, both professional and personal. And the second part will be just the networking and connecting and that opportunity to allow you to engage with each other and truly to highlight the talents and skills that we have here at Virginia State University. Our theme for this year, empowering leadership in the 21st century, maximizing team productivity through multicultural engagement, could not be more timely. It is a special one for me because we do believe that fostering a diverse and inclusive environment is essential for successful leadership. And with that, I do want to give a special welcome to our colleagues joining us from Ghana. We have members from the Presbyterian College of Education and other members from across Ghana who will be joining us this morning. And this collaboration, which is fostered by our strong international partnership, represents a valuable opportunity for mutual learning, but also growth, and it strengthens the depth and diversity of this program. And so the theme is right on point for this year. When Dr. Noelle Batiste and her team came up with this theme, they had no idea that we were going to have international guests joining us. And so we're happy that all of this falls into place. I do want to really thank her for her hard work and her leadership. About 2 years ago, I said I wanted special training for our deans and chairs and individuals who want to be deans and chairs and directors. And that's all I needed to say to her. Literally, that was it. And she took the ball and she ran with it. And so she's phenomenal. I want to thank her for her leadership and her vision. I also want to thank Dr. Gabrielle. I learned today that we've been calling her Gabrielle for a long time, and Gabrielle Pina, who is also being instrumental in putting this event on. And so with that, I do just want to say, I'm thrilled to see you here, and I hope that over the next 2 days, we'll have an opportunity to do just what our intent is to learn, to grow, and to engage with each other. So with that, I say welcome, and welcome to our guests. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Provost. Please clap it up for our Provost again. We appreciate her. So today we will be embarking on a journey with different topics, different presenters. So our first presenter is Dr. Wharton, and Dr. Wharton is a professor in the School of Business. He teaches accounting, and the focus of his presentation will be on the power of multicultural leaders on an HBCU campus, because you all do know that we love diversity and we love to know and collaborate with different leaders. So without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Wharton.
Well, to allay your fears, I am not doing a presentation. Dr. Minnis stole a little of my thunder to welcome you to the cohort number 2. However, you can never be welcome too many times. So on behalf of the Academy of Faculty Enrichment, I'm one of the committee members. We want to welcome you to this Summer Institute. A few years ago, I was talking to one of my colleagues who was a department chair. And I was sharing with him my apprehensions and misgivings about aspiring to administration. Quite honestly, I still have those apprehensions and misgivings, but when I spoke with him and we were just talking, and I was when I expressed this to him, I was expecting a treatise, a philosophical discourse on the rewards of leadership, setting strategic direction for an organization. And he very matter-of-factly says, well, you know, somebody has to run the place. And so with that in mind, I want to welcome you. We're so glad for everyone to be here so that you can, and the goal is to shed some light on administration, to equip those who aspire and who are currently in administration to perform their functions better. And so again, we welcome you. We're so glad that you're here. And we're so glad that you aspire to leadership because, as my colleague said, somebody has to run the place. Thank you very much.
So while we get ready for our first session, I just want to do a few technical housekeeping for our team online. You will have the ability to ask questions and engage with the audience in the room here. We have somebody monitoring the chat. So if you do have a question, Ms. Malborn is here and she will make certain that, there she is. She'll make certain that your questions are heard. So please use the chat and please raise your hand so that you can engage with the room. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to our mistress of ceremony.
Most of you all should know Dr. Roberts. He serves as the Dean for the Honors College. He has arrived. I want to give him a few seconds to kind of talk about his department or anything else he wants to present to you all. So without any further ado, Dr. Roberts, please.
Okay.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know me in the audience, I'm Dr. Dan Roberts. I serve as the Dean of Honors College here at Virginia State University, as well as the Executive Director for International and Global Education at Virginia State. And as I see so many of our friends in Ghana have joined us, I want to send a special thanks and my appreciation to all of them who are joining us online from Ghana. So good morning, everyone. Welcome.
Is Dr. Rowley here? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. So she will be talking to us about. Oh, thank you, thank you. She will come before us to talk to us about cultural intelligence, building bridges and breaking barriers. She serves as an associate professor in the counseling department. So without any further ado, Dr. Alicia Rowley, please. Thank you.
You need me to email and not use what?
You need to- Yeah, I got one USB. What is it? That's the.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm the first person to bore you to death this morning. I'm joking. Come on, y'all, wake up. All right, good, thanks. So I'm an interactive presenter, so I hope you don't mind if I walk around. But good morning, everybody. I'm so excited to be here with you today because although I'm talking about cultural intelligence and building bridges and breaking barriers, everything I talk about is from a mental health perspective. So I hope that you can appreciate that. Before I even go any further, let's get to talking a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today. I want y'all to take a look at this picture. Everybody take a fine look at the picture and give me some words you think about when you think about this picture. What jumps out to you? Somebody said dilapidated, withered but still standing, abandoned but has potential, history, renovation,
I was gonna say this.
historic, okay?
Well lived in.
Well lived in. Y'all are so positive. This is really good. Okay, good, good. Old farmhouse. Okay, all right. You said, what'd you say? Fixer upper. Fixer upper. Okay, all right. We got some mature people in the room. Okay, y'all know how to look at the potential of a thing, right? So let's see. How do we move this thing? Okay, here we go. All right. Now look at this picture. Tell me what you see. Okay, you said it's new, but what?
It's new, but it looks good on the outside, but what it is.
Ah, it looks good on the outside, but what about the inside?
I said, it looks like happiness, it's like, fire or something.
Oh, yeah, bliss, happiness. What else?
It looks like it was built on the sediment, probably built on someone's land before some of the researchers or there's not.
I like that. So it looks like it was built on something from the past, okay? Anybody else? Stable,
It seems spacious.
spacious, expensive, right? This is interesting, and I love all of your descriptions because the reality of it is that all of us try to show up to our jobs like this, right? But how many of us really feel like this on the inside? How many of you all are professors? How many of you all see your students showing up like this? Okay, what are your thoughts about what they're experiencing? Trying to cope with life. Okay, what else? Personal challenges.
Yeah, I had a conversation with someone at a conference last week about something like it.
Mhm.
Students show up looking like this, and professors not really delving to figure out like, what is it, happening to allow students to show up looking like this? And then what is my role?
Mm.
That student fell away, that down the line, that student shows up and then they know they need to show up.
Oh, I like that. Absolutely. Has anybody else thought about that as a professor and as a leader? What about you as a leader? When your faculty members or the people that you are advising or directing, when they're showing up like this? Does anybody have a plan? What do you do?
I know for my students, when I notice they're showing up like that, I'll wait to class, and I'll just say, hey, can I chat with you for a minute? They don't know what it's about. And then once everyone's gone, I say, just to check in, how you feeling? Can I help you with anything? Sometimes they won't share, sometimes they'll tell me their story, and sometimes they'll say, don't Sean, I just got a lot going on, I'll be better next week. I just let them know, hey, I'm here, if you need to email, talk to me, feel free to email me, it's not office hours. But at least they know I'm paying attention.
I love that. I love what you said. What's your name, by the way? Nadir. Thank you for sharing that, Nadir. Nadir said that she checks in with her students. She tries to get them to open up, but sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. This is the reality of not only our students, but of ourselves. Today, what we're going to talk about is how to get people to open up through communication. You cannot lead if you, first of all, are not leading yourselves. So we're going to talk about self-awareness. And we're also going to talk about ways to build rapport. And that's what we do as therapists in order to connect with our students and with others. Let me tell you a little bit about ourselves before I get started. The reality of it is, raise your hand if you're married. Raise your hand if you just feel married sometimes. Okay, you don't have to say that. Okay. I laugh, I joke because I'm like, yeah, I'm married today. Sometimes, but see, no, my husband and I have been together. Dr. Rowley, you all may know him. He is the chairperson of the Department of Music. And we were college sweethearts, beautiful children. But our story looks a lot like this sometimes, and sometimes it looks like that other picture, right? Sometimes it's beautiful, sometimes it's a beautiful mess, right? One thing they don't tell you, well, I was told when I was in grad school and I got married, my professor told me, he said, you need to prepare yourself for the fact that dual relationships, that means people that are in the same profession, you may be commuting. And I said, oh, no, absolutely. No way. But yes way. That has been our story. Commuting over many years, commuting with small kids. And I know what it's like to try and balance and define what balance and redefine what balance is throughout your life and throughout your profession. And I think that there's something that needs to be said about that, especially as you aspire to go further in your career. How are you taking care of yourself and what is your level of awareness? So as we begin the conversation, yes.
Just want to let you know in the chat, they say they would like to know the various multicultural approaches for becoming responsible global citizens.
Oh, that's a great question. And we're going to talk about that throughout. So please let them know that we will, they can hear me, right? Okay, so we will address that ongoing. And if I don't answer that question, please remind me again, but that is an excellent question. So again, the way that we're going to spend our time together is talking a little bit about how we communicate from a cultural and diverse perspective. So the first thing I want to ask you is, okay, clicker.
Yes.
I'll get into my slide changes, okay? What is diversity? You can just yell it out. I can hear you guys and I'll repeat it for the people online. What do you think diversity is? Differences? What kind of differences? Let's be specific.
Could be personality, could be approach to doing tasks. Different approaches.
Okay, so different approaches, personalities, what else?
Skills.
Skills, thoughts and ideas. Somebody said culture over here. So culture? Everything. I agree. everything. So we can talk about culture from a broad perspective, but there are so many sections of culture that we're gonna talk about when it comes down to diversity. I'm sorry, my clicker's not working. So diversity can be defined as many of these things, right? Race, ethnicity, ability, disability, sexual orientation, religion, language. Culture, gender, socioeconomic status, age, and class. What other areas of diversity don't you see on here that you identify with? Has anybody heard of the work of Kimberly Crenshaw, Intersectional Identities? Okay. Hi, Dr. Smith.
Hey, Dr. Rowley.
How you doing? My colleague.
From the most outstanding lit program.
Yes, on campus, the Counselor Education Program. Welcome our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Smith. Anything else, right? I mean, what kind of hats do you wear? I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter. What are you? I'm a friend, father. Shout out to the fathers. Happy Father's Day early. Yeah. Fathers matter. Yes. What else? You're a cook. Anybody, somebody's doctor, nurse, housekeeper, any caretakers? All of the above, right? So we're balancing a number of things, right? But one of the things that we have to understand about ourselves is how do we distinguish between values and how do we distinguish between goals? How do we know, how can we lead others if we don't know who we are, if we don't know our values, if we don't do what I call the me search before we do the research? So we're going to work on a little activity today that I borrowed from a colleague from a wonderful presentation that I experienced. We're going to do a little bit of an activity to look at our values before moving forward. So I'm going to go ahead and pass out the handouts, and I apologize to the people online. I did not realize we would have an online audience, so I apologize for leaving you out. But I'm asking you just to take just a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. So this activity is going to take you through an evaluation or just kind of a little bit of think tank about your goals. Oh, I have more over here, please. Did anyone not get it?
I think this is the original. We need some.
Oh, sorry about that.
Need to-
I see copies. Here's the one. Okay. Okay, so what I want you to do, and for those who are online, I can talk you through it, okay? So what this is a worksheet about clarifying our values. Essentially, it talks a little bit about what's important to you, helps you identify what your life stands for, what sort of qualities do you want to cultivate in a person. That's really important, right? As leaders, we want to know what type of qualities we want to cultivate in others. How do you want to be in your relationships with others? So we want to take a look at our values because they are our heart's deepest desires for the way we want to interact with and relate to the world, other people and ourselves. They are leading principles that can guide us and motivate us as we move through life. Values reflect what you want to do and how you want to do it. They are about how you want to behave toward your friends, your family, yourself, your environment, and your work. So what I want you to do is take a look at the 4 points: work and education, relationship, personal growth, health, and if you turn over to the back, the last one is leisure. Okay? So if you're online and you have a pen, you can write this down. The first thing is we want to look at our work. It refers to your workplace, your career, education, knowledge, skills, and development. This may include volunteering and unpaid work. How do you want to be toward your clients, customers, colleagues, employees, and fellow workers? What personal qualities do you want to bring to your work? What skills do you want to develop? Okay, so take just a little bit of time to fill out numbers 1 through 4.
Double click is here.
Just about another 2 minutes. Already, sure it's on the back of page 1. And for, our people online, Dr. Menace sent it to everyone online. Okay, if you would get in your groups, everyone, and on the back of page 2 is the bullseye form, okay? So because you're all scholars, I know that this is self-explanatory, so I won't go through explaining to you how to do this, because if you can see, the bullseye is broken into 4 quadrants. And what I want you to do is take a look at each one of those sections. Work in education, relationships, personal growth and health, and leisure. And I want you to identify how close you are. Either you're living fully by my values, or I'm acting very inconsistent with my values. So the closer you go in, the more you're living fully by your values, and the more that you're out, you're acting inconsistently with your values. So I want you guys to talk about it together and discuss where you are, what you may have discovered.
Yeah, make an excellent area of the dark arts represent for your state today. And next.
And because we have a room full of leaders, I don't want to have any problem finding somebody to lead the conversation.
So you can write it down.
Different meetings, better skills. Further away, so they have to.
If you are online, please, also, you can discuss amongst yourselves or write something in the chat, to back to the discussion. So if you're online, please discuss some of the things that you discovered, and if you have challenges, figure together, and once that, and if you guys can discuss that, go ahead and do so. But if you again are just online and you're in space by yourself, you can discuss in the chat, the ways that are connected or are not connected with, the four quadrant areas.
Okay. To the microphone, maybe we'll play better by the speaker while I'm saying.
Nobody wants to. Just pulling from also, nobody's there. That's what we got on the link. Most everybody's here. Really good turnout. I just think this is. My protest. Yeah, and that's. I'm in the Zoom so I can see what. Oh, you can? Yeah. I know the slide is progressing. I was like, it's still on your interest.
It was on, it had the like presenter notes on the screen. So
Yeah.
when she was doing it, I was doing it here, but I was just leaving it.
Just another 2 minutes.
If you want to chat with them, you can try to make it.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for your work on that activity. It's time to report out. So I'm just gonna come around to each table and ask that you have one person to just kind of talk to me a little bit about what stood out to your group the most, okay? So for all of the 4 areas, and one of the things that someone online pointed out, and I need to say, is that one area that is missing that is very important from these 4 areas, and again, these are not the only 4, these are just the highlighted 4, but spirituality also is a huge part of who we are as cultural beings, okay? So just want to point that out and thank the person online for reminding us of that. But we will report out. So we're going to have this fabulous group to go first. Is there anyone that's going to volunteer to report out for this group? Okay, absolutely.
Good morning. Good morning. So our group, during our discussion, I think the main thing with what we realized, hi. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Cassandra Price. I'm from the Mass Communications Department, College of Humanities and Social Sciences. And the thing that we kind of realized within our group is that we work really hard in terms of work and education. We're highly focused there. We've kind of capitalized on where we want to be. But when it comes down to personal health, leisure, and relationships, it kind of took a toll in terms of relationships. We know where we want to go and we have our goals there. I'm kind of working towards that. But in terms of personal growth, we again have our goals and kind of our values of where we want to go, but leisure. Really don't know too much about leisure when it comes down to that because the work and education, we are heavily loaded on that side.
Thank you for sharing. That's interesting. My dad has this saying, you guys probably heard of this, but he says, all work and no play makes
Me a doughboy.
Johnny a doughboy. Right. So that's very interesting. We're giving our all and building our profession. But as I tell my students, we're in a hurry a lot of times to go nowhere. I'll leave that alone. Okay. So our scholar over here is going to report out, right? Am I right for this table, this fantastic table? All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carl Jackson, representing the Department of Chemistry. Our table, we focus mostly on work education. And some of us, a couple of us here, are just finishing up doctorates or on the verge of finishing up doctorates, feel like they have accomplished that. And I'm not talking about every others, but and one of us had brought out the fact that they look at work and career as kind of separate, like obviously there's overlap, work specifically here, but career in terms of going beyond here, what you might be doing in other spaces. And so, you might be closer to the bullseye in one aspect, but in terms of the broader picture, it might be a little bit further away. And, but for most of us, we thought we were kind of close to the bullseye, maybe a couple of rounds back. But I just want to shout out my Ghanaian participants. I spent last semester in Ghana as the Fulbright Scholar, so that's what she was referring to. So I'm glad they were able to join us, but that was basically our conversation.
Thank you. They were right. You were the superstar at the table. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. Okay, and who will be our report for this table? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Brittany Short, Department of Social Work. I think our discussion focused on a lot of us understanding our purpose in the work and career area. And we talked about being more intentional in the health area, being more intentional, working out, probably eating good, and understanding that it's okay to engage in leisure activities.
Thank you for sharing that. So you know what I heard you say is permission. So does anybody else feel like you need permission or somebody needs to give you permission or you haven't given yourself permission to engage in things that you love? Raise your hand if you can relate to that. Isn't that interesting how we don't make time for ourselves? We're giving, we live a life of giving, but we have to give ourselves permission to enjoy ourselves when we are engaging and helping other people enjoy their lives. So I want you to think about that. Okay, this table. Okay.
So Richard Chu, Department of History, we sort of had a mixed bag in terms of where people landed on the target. Some people were close to the bullseye on a particular category. Some people were on the outer edge. Two of the interesting things that came up were that for work and relationships, it seemed easier to identify values. For leisure and health, it was easier to identify goals or activities. And we talked about the idea of trade-offs in terms of if you were scoring high in one category, if it in fact rolled over to the possibility that you might not have been scoring high in another one. And we also discussed the idea that we might have been closer to the bullseye on both work and relationships if the values we were bringing to both of those categories were similar.
Great, thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate your feedback. Okay, Ms. Table?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Kathy Gibson. I lead the Pharmaceutical Engineering Pathways Project between the College of Natural Sciences and the College of Engineering. Our group, what I found interesting in our discussion is that we were able to really pinpoint where we were in all of the areas, which I think is sometimes hard. It's very active that we could be able to do that. We found that we were in the middle in a lot of areas. We had shared common areas such as consistency. There was an interesting term that came up in terms of obedience. I think that personal health and leisure were the areas that we were working on, and we were more settled to as where we were in terms of work, education, and relationships.
So to clarify, where were you all more closest to the bullseye?
Closest to the bullseye, I would say, on work and education. I mean, work, education, and relationships. Okay. And future and personal growth and health.
Okay, good. So far, has everyone heard that so far? Pretty much, we're closer to the bullseye in the area of work and education. And the secondly, I think is personal relationships, but most of us are way off in terms of leisure and, was it personal health? Personal health or personal growth. Mm. All right, last but not least.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Trevonna Davis, Department of Sociology and Criminal Justice. We happen to have different sectors from each person in regards, of course, to that workplace area. A lot of us are focused mainly on workplace, right? The work and career. In regards to relationships, the same, being consistent across the board. When you have your values, you said when your values are set, that should be consistent where there is work, your personal relationship and growth. And I know somebody online said something in regards to spirituality, but I place that with personal growth, right? And that's making sure that we are sincere and consistent across the board. When it came to leisure, we had individuals who leisure was not, they're further away from that bullseye, right? But making sure that we have that work-life balance is important, because if you're draining in your personal life, that impacts your ability to show up in the workplace.
Good. Thank you so much. Everybody give yourselves a hand for participating in that. So this is really important, because as we talk about cultural responsiveness and cultural communication, we have to know, first of all, what our cultural views are. As a therapist and as a person who educates other therapists and prepares them for a changing world, to meet the needs of a changing world, we talk a lot about self-awareness. When we are discussing or we're seeking the opportunity to become leaders and directors and chairs and even presidents, I see some presidents in the room, okay? So even when we want to lead people in that way, we've got to know who we are. We've got to know what our cultural values are. We have to know what our biases are, and we need to know the areas of our growth. Was anybody shocked, or did you learn anything new about yourself doing this activity in particular, or were you always aware that you needed to work in those areas? So I hear pretty much I was aware that you need to work in those areas. Okay, so did anyone?
I think through my failures, I've learned how important that is. Like, it's okay to fail, and then to learn from that failure and then grow from it.
I love that. So learning from failures as a way of growing personally. So thank you so much for sharing that. So as we go on and talk about right. So as we talk about communication, once we learn about ourselves and we start thinking about how we work with others. So at the beginning, I talked about that dilapidated house and what you saw versus how we show up, right? And someone at the middle table, or I think even over here, was talking about the issue with trying to get your students to open up and figuring out how to get them to talk about some of the things that they're experiencing. Because we don't talk enough about mental health and how mental health affects us in school, and in work. And work in school was pretty much, I think, the most important area in most people's lives here. And I think it's really an imbalanced conversation that we don't talk enough about self in an area that we have the most focus in our lives. So as therapists, we learn about these particular aspects of establishing trust in order to get in order to gain the trust of our students, faculty, those that we lead, to engage and deepen our communication. So tell me what active listening looks like. How do you know a person is listening? Nodding their head, eye contact, not talking while you're talking, asking follow-up questions to validate that they heard you, right? What makes you feel like a person is not listening? Responding while you're talking. Some people say just listening to respond, right? What else? Sighing, acting like, when are you gonna be done? I'm not really interested in what you're saying. What about these cell phones?
Yeah, doing other things while you're talking.
Doing other things while you're talking?
So.
Okay, does multitasking really exist? It exists, but maybe not so effective, right? So when you think about active listening, we want to go back to self again. What makes us feel heard? Okay, active listening, generally eye contact, body language. Okay, body language speaks a lot. In counseling, we can tell a lot from a person's body language. Engagement. I heard people say engagement, talking back to me, and also talking on the topic. We call that tracking. There's nothing worse to me than someone listening and then they like kind of come back to and say, oh yeah, something totally off base, right? Some of y'all do that, right? You're so tired, you're trying to listen, but then you're like, oh yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. One more time, tell me that again. You know, those are things sometimes that are, make a person not feel heard or is less engaging. Connection, okay? How do we connect with our students? Building rapport. Let's be a little bit more specific, right? I mean, okay, maybe transparent communication. Okay, how else?
Being relatable.
Being relatable. How can we be relatable?
I feel that it's when they come to talk to us, it's cool that you are where you are now. But who were you before? So that I can understand whether or not they use that, it's up to them. But there's an opportunity to show the human side of you.
Oh, yeah.
That they know.
I love that. So what this person's, in your name? Tiffany said, not forgetting where you came from, okay? That is huge. I started my work as a therapist. I've been a therapist for almost 20 years now, and my work with therapists started with children and adolescents. And I felt like I was a child and adolescent whisperer because I started off right out of grad school. I was still fairly young. And one of the things I heard over and over again was the lack of relatability. Everybody forgets that you were 16 at one point in time, right? You all were all perfect, I'm sure. Nobody made mistakes. But in family therapy, I find it very interesting how nobody wants to talk about some of the things that have been going on in the lineage for a long time. For example, if a person is pregnant as a teen, nobody talks about how grandma is only 13 years older than the first child. Nobody talks about that hidden pregnancy where the child may have gone off and had the baby and pretended that the baby was someone else's child that's older in the family. These things are really important. We may not have huge dramatic stories, but we all have a story. So remembering that we have a story can create connection with our students. Consistency. How can we remain consistent with all these things that we've talked about so far? Especially, let me ask this, as you're going through stuff in your own life, because let's be honest, it's a little difficult sometimes to remain present when you are a professor or you're trying to show up for other people in your personal life, and then you come and you have to show up for students. So how do we maintain consistency?
ensure understanding of the policies and following your own policies.
Okay, establishment of policies and following your own policies. So essentially what I hear, when all else fails, fall back on professionalism. Okay, remember that we have a job to do. We are being compensated for a job to do. And while we're learning to deepen our relationships, we have to lastly lead by example, right? So remembering to maintain professionalism when all else fails. Because we won't show up perfectly every single day, okay? But making that effort, people, thank you. Our students and faculty and the people that you lead, they can appreciate that. So one of the things that is really important for us to understand about cultural communication is cultural intelligence. Self-awareness, right? How do you become multiculturally competent? And Dr. Smith, you're not allowed to answer this question. So how do you all deepen your level of cultural competence? Are you supposed to know about everybody's culture?
Somebody that you know you're gonna be dealing with, you should take the next step to figure out what's accepted in that culture so you're not offending people.
Okay, so what I heard is that if you're going to be working with a certain group of people, we at least need to take steps to learn about the culture of other people, right? Even though you may not be an expert, you do need to be open, right, to learning. What else? Ask questions. If you don't know, ask questions. One of the biggest issues that we have in cultural competence is assuming. Just because we look alike doesn't mean that we are alike, right? My name is Alicia and I'm from Atlanta, okay? Notice I didn't say Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta, okay? So when you think you understand me, you think you know me, yeah, we probably understand each other on different levels, but I parent differently. I code switch, I talk differently sometimes, right? So all of those things are part of who we are, right? So not assuming that we understand each other just because we look alike. That's one of the things that helps deepen our cultural intelligence. So that's proactivity, learning, like you said, tell me your name. Lieutenant Colonel, excuse me, let's put some respect on your name. Sorry. Yes. Yes, yes. So you talked about proactivity, learning, okay? Be flexible. Again, falling back on professionalism with respect and also self-awareness for our own biases. This is important as therapists. One of the first questions we ask our students is, who do you think you can't work with? For you all, are there any people that you have difficulty working with and do you know? Okay, don't get scared. I'm not gonna ask, I'm not gonna read the mic to you, okay? I'm just by hand, by show of hands. Are you all aware of groups of people that you may have difficulty working with? Oh, look at that. Awesome. Awesome. So we're in a group, for those who are online, we had quite a few hands to go up, right? I see several, did we have anything in the chat? By the way, I saw, okay, no, okay. So yeah, so knowing who you can't work with and being more intentional, I think you should lean in even more with those groups of people. If you want to grow, lean into those groups of people. Understand what it is about those people that make it difficult for you to work with. Don't, especially as an educator, you cannot control who you're going to encounter. And we want to be aware of our biases, especially when we're leading others, right? Are our biases, are they inhibiting us from being the best leaders that we can be? And that's really important for us to lean into. All right, so now we're going to get into our topic, our main topic for today. We kind of set up our main topic and talk about cultural intelligence, which encompasses 4 areas: the motivational area, the cognitive area, metacognitive area, and behavioral area. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so the first area is the motivational area. So it refers to the ability to direct attention and energy toward learning about and functioning in cross-cultural situations. Individuals with high motivational CQ tend to be drawn to intercultural experiences and have the confidence to manage them successfully. So I want you to think about the last time that you were intentional about immersing yourself in a cultural experience that wasn't like your own. So our scholar in the back talked about his experience in Ghana. That's an example. It doesn't have to be that vast, but when is the last time you engaged in something where you immersed yourself into a culture that you didn't know about? You accepted an invitation from one of your peers, because we get those invitations sometimes and everybody's like, no, thank you. I don't want to intermingle the professional and the personal, right? But it's really important, right? Again, let's go back to our bullseye. We're spending so much time together because work and climbing the ladder is important. Education is important. How are we immersing ourselves in our peers' cultures, in our students' cultures? Does anyone have an example of the last time? And forgive me, you guys, it's harder up here than you can think with it's all these lights, right? Okay, so forgive me for having to wipe my sweat. Okay, yes.
I know for me, I had some friends in Ghana.
Okay.
And the first time, I'm not lucky, by the way, that I wanted to go. I got invited to a friend's house whose family is from Ghana. And I got one for food and me that I'm like, I naturally just started eating from the left hand. And then I got yelled at and the lady. And so I realized what I did was very disrespectful. And so moving forward, I started asking questions so I know to not inadvertently be disrespectful. And so later, a few years down the line, I got invited to a wedding and my friend that married was also from Ghana. And so I started to ask questions so I can make sure that when I do go to the wedding and stuff, and I'm not doing something that is seen as disrespectful to me.
That is very, very good. If you're from Ghana, hopefully, and if in the chat, if anybody's from Ghana and can explain that, I would love to know about that cultural practice of not using your left hand when you're eating. So what she's talking about is having that experience of being in Ghana, eating somewhere and eating at someone's house, at their house.
And she started beating her, she started yelling, and the family tried to put her down, and then they told me, basically, in the country, they get to explain to me the left hand is disrespectful, I think they said, we supposed to have it, and so I didn't know, and you're always supposed to use your right, and so in the country, if someone does something like that with their hand, that means that they're blatantly disrespectful. That's how it is.
Okay, thank you. We have somebody here that says they know even more about this phenomenon.
It's across many cultures. My mother is from Indonesia, Bali, Jakarta. Came here in 1989. I am the only person in my family that is left-handed. So for a long time, they actually thought I was a witch. Because of our culture, someone is not supposed to be left-handed naturally. So because I'm left-handed, until my grandmother passed away, me reaching out like this was disrespectful to her, just because in our culture, this is the only thing you're supposed to use this hand for is when you're in the bathroom, to take care of yourself. So to use it in any other platform setting is disrespectful, because technically their understanding is, why would you reach out to me with the hand that you use to wipe your body? So especially eating, that's just insane, because we're in their mind where that hand has been, it should be nowhere near a table or food.
I appreciate you sharing that. We would have a problem as Americans, wouldn't we? Seriously. Because don't we do everything with one hand? That's the first time I've heard of that. And that's something that is really interesting to me. Thank you for sharing.
In my culture, I'm from Nigeria, so very close to Ghana, West Africa. The left hand is the inferior part of your body. And that is the hand you use to do stuff that are not clean. And it's sort of looked at as the dark side of human beings. And so when you use the left hand for stuff, especially with people older than you, is the highest mark of disrespect.
That is very interesting. Are you all, did you learn something today? So I learned something today, right? Yes.
I got my own mic.
Okay, yes, please, yes, please.
So I had the same experience as you and Donna because I'm ambidextrous and I do everything with my left hand except for right. But I was trained to be right-handed because they thought being left-handed in my country, I'm from the Bahamas, was the same as Dr. Oza, it was not okay. So, but it's funny because all my sisters came up left-handed, which is really weird. But yes, I did the same thing and I had to switch hands.
Wow, so that's really interesting. So as I'm learning about this, intrinsically, I feel rewarded from learning from your culture, from learning something new. Extrinsically, right? This could be something that could benefit the people that you work with. I know I appreciate when somebody takes time to learn about me, to ask about me. I have got to give another shout out to my colleague. One thing I can say about Dr. Smith and about Dr. Maiden and Dr. Oliver, every meeting we talk about ourselves. How are you doing? Is there anything to report today? Anything good happening in your life? And those things really fill my cup before we start the business, because it makes me feel like they care about me as a person and not just a professional, not just what I can bring to the table. Of course, it's important to get down to business, but when you're sitting around the table, like for us who are working on accreditation, we're seeing each other every single week. So I'm not on 100% every single week. And not all the time did I have an opportunity to talk to somebody, to talk to my therapist, which I'm very proud to say I have one. A therapist needs a therapist and everybody else needs a therapist. Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
We all need therapists, right? But when I haven't had an appointment and maybe not feeling so good, just the idea of somebody asking about me, wanting to know about my day, wanting to know about my culture, my children, my family, it's something that's really important, okay? So those are the motivational parts of CQ. The cognitive part of CQ, okay? So I asked a couple of people, we're gonna take a little pause and do a little bit of an activity. And again, I'm sorry for the people online. I did not know you were gonna be here, but we will share. Did anybody else have cards before? And this is completely anonymous. Thank you. Okay, so I asked a couple of people. And some people said, these cards are too small, I need a napkin. I need a whole sheet of paper. But I asked a couple of people if they would talk a little bit about times that they did not feel heard in the workplace, okay? And I'm gonna mix them up and give every table one or two. I would like you to read the card and I'd like you to provide feedback, right? On ways that we can improve. Thank you. Y'all see, I'm working out this morning. Y'all see, I'm taking care of what is that? My steps, all right? All right, so I'm gonna give everybody a card. I'm gonna pass the cards to a couple of tables and at least give everybody one, but we may have more than one. And as we approach the cognitive portion, I wanna talk about communication, the ways that we may not have felt heard in the workplace. So a couple of people are giving us examples. I want you all to talk about them and give one way we could have improved, or we can improve, whatever situation is on the card. I want you to give some feedback about it, okay? All right, so I'm gonna come around and give you a couple of minutes to discuss. Get your card.
Omwana omujusi. Are you ready for me? Ready,
I can notice that all of you have a question. We have a specific.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I have a great question. You can speak from whatever perspective you want to. You can speak as a colleague, as a role of a boss, or a peer.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the table first. If I can get your attention, we're going to first read the way that the person on the card articulated the way that they may have felt, oh, great, the way that they may not have felt heard, and then what this table came up with in terms of recommendations for better communication or to help this person. Okay? And if you would say your name, please.
All right, my name is Benedict. Hi, Benedict. Hi. Yes. So, we talked about the topic here. I will look at it from the point of view of a faculty member talking to probably to the chair of the department. I know I was in that role for about 6 years. So, but I'm not gonna bring my personal experience into it. Yes.
But now, what was the issue?
The issue now is, when you make a request to expand your professional opportunity, once you go to your, whoever your department chair is, you have to look at your body of work. What have you done? What have you brought to the table? So we all agree that, most of the times, those things are unwritten rules. They're not written anyway, or we remember. If we're able to give back to the department, there's no way your chair will not provide those kind of support to you. But once you don't, contribute to the progress of your department, and you come to your department chair to ask for something, and you will touch it somehow. You may not get it no, but you should really internalize that probably you are underperforming. So you have to step up your game. But overall, it depends.
That's very interesting feedback. I appreciate you sharing that. Does anybody have any? I think generally what I've heard Benedict say is that to the person that said that they And let me read the card just to make sure I understand. When I request to expand my professional opportunities, Benedict is saying, can I guess that you're a chair? Are you a chair?
I was.
Oh, okay. So Benedict is speaking.
That's not, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, okay. So he's, but speaking from the perspective of a former chair, you think that it has to do with competence and what you produced. Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, so we got two cards and they were both the same. And so as a faculty member or a staff member who is seeking, guidance and the opportunity to receive professional development and you're going to your chairperson, if you have done all those things and you are getting back to your department and you're still trying to figure out why am I coming to you and not being able to receive things like this coming to professional development opportunities, then one, if you're giving back, then is, hey, we need to have a conversation. If those conversations are verbal first, then maybe you need to start documenting it as well, sending those emails. We love documentation, right? If you don't document, it didn't happen, right? It's easy to say you forgot something when you're having a verbal conversation versus when you have sent the email, right? And so documenting that and then going back if you're still not receiving that opportunity, and having a real sit down conversation. And still, if that's not the case, then you have to move your way up to the next person, which for those faculty members that will be the dean. And expressing that, hey, I've went numerous times to try to attempt to get professional development and I'm not receiving that. And that's especially if you are doing what you're supposed to do for your department.
Thank you for sharing that. So, and I think one of the things I want to note is that the feedback may not be something that everyone agrees with, right? And that's okay. I think that one of the things we have to do is, again, in expanding our cognitive, emotional, metacognitive communication and IQ, it's important to hear, right? Even if we don't absorb. So thank you for sharing something. We have some other feedback.
I've actually experienced that. And one of the things that I did was, to seek my own professional opportunities outside of my particular department. I mean, within the university themselves, there are a lot of ways in which a person can develop themselves and just having the ability to be mindful about what your other colleagues are doing. Your other colleagues have opportunities for you. And so when I wasn't feeling like I was getting the opportunities I wanted to get in my own department, I went out and got people from other departments and were able to get professional development opportunities in other ways, professional association, things like that. So you have to seek it out yourself.
That's more good feedback. Thank you so much for sharing. So while we're at this table, let's go ahead and read the two that you all had.
Okay, the card that I have on this side reads, as an active listener, I often don't get the opportunity to respond to persons who want to talk. And that can be very challenging. I've had experiences where I consider myself not just an active listener, but an empathetic active listener. Because there's sometimes people might be saying things, not that you don't want to listen to things it's not on the topic. That makes listening very hard. But nonetheless, out of respect, you gotta be very empathetic and be patient and listen to what they have to say. Nonetheless, when it gets to the point where you need to make a response rather to what you said, sometimes it's hard to cut in to make a response, to get your point across. So sometimes that I find in my experience that I have to wait for the moment, wait for a gap, wait for a break in the thought. And then, of course, please allow me to respond to what you just said, because I'd like to enhance my point, or I'd like to support what you just said, or I'd like to differ in your thoughts. So that's what I find, a problem that I have to do in conversational moments where speaking back is very difficult.
Like double dutch, just find a way to jump in, right? Okay, respectfully, right? Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you. Okay, let's go with this table. Lieutenant Colonel.
Okay, ours was not being heard in terms of, relieving your workload. So we spoke on this one for a few minutes. We know sometimes someone could be a high performer and the boss will say, hey, look, I'm gonna give all the work to the high performer, where the underperformer just doesn't have the same quiet workload. And we talked about, you gotta make sure everybody has the same accountability and not just let this other person get away with highway robbery, just because they're not a high performer. But, I know all of us have seen it before where someone, we can rely on this person to always get the job done. So we'll go straight to them, even though they are being overworked. I know I've done it before in other roles, when I was in the Army, just to make sure I made the mission happen, but it's not the right answer.
Well, that's a.
Accountability is what we do. We gotta hold ourselves accountable, make sure everybody, the work is being spread out, amongst everybody evenly. If you have an underperformer, you just gotta talk to them, find out what the problem is. Hey, let's put you on a performance plan and get this thing situated, bring you up to snuff, bring you up to speed. Sorry, I'm working on my vocabulary still. Bring everybody up to speed, ensure the workload is being divided evenly across the board.
I love that. Thank you for the follow-up question, because that's absolutely relevant. When we are talking about so many high achievers in this room, I bet you can relate. I bet you can all relate to that. Well, many of you can relate to that. Being the one that's the worker, and then the work always gets put on you, and you don't feel like it's allocated evenly.
Thank you. And another follow-up, part of the discussion at this table was essentially separating logic from emotion, and how a person perceives their workload or what they're doing may be different than what is actually factual. So our discussion was, and a good point, is to have the person write down their daily task or their weekly task. As a supervisor, we may forget what we have assigned them or what we asked. I know I'm always on the move. I'm like, hey, add this to your task list, add this to your task list. Not that I mean for you to do it like right now. However, write it down. So therefore we all can see, taking the emotion out in black and white, what you're actually doing, what you're actually tasked with, and see if that adds up to you being overwhelmed, or we just need to figure out a different way for you to process your days and the tasks and your duties.
Oh, I love that. I love that. So when you see things in writing, thank you. When you see things in writing, then you can really see how things are being allocated and who's doing what. That kind of goes along with the other card you all had about suggestions. So sometimes people giving suggestions and not getting credit for the suggestions. And when someone else says a suggestion, they get the credit. I think the other thing about that is, like you said, documentation. Is really important as well. And one other one you all had at your table was being dismissed. So keep that in mind. We'll come back to that one. Being dismissed. What do you do when you feel like you're dismissed? Okay, the two cards at this table.
Hi, I'm Tracy Walker. I'm in the Educational Leadership Department in the College of Education. The first one we discussed was an assumption that age implies lack of knowledge or experience relative to problem solving. So we discussed this in two different ways. We discussed it as someone who maybe is at a lower age and maybe a newer faculty member, but we actually spent more time talking about someone who may be a more experienced faculty member. Is that a good way to talk about age? You're more experienced. One specific example that was brought up is an assumption that due to your perceived age, you may not know how to work a computer or technology in a certain way. So we actually had a lively discussion on that and didn't get to our second card, but we spent a lot of time talking about that, and so I think the consensus, if I interpreted correctly from my group, is that we perhaps all have some type of assumption about age, and it's just making clarifications and better understanding that person's abilities or capabilities to get their job done.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Yes, please.
One of the things that we also discussed was how a lot of individuals at this university who are seasoned, and we tend to not find places for them. And so valuing our elderly, whether that's by age or by years, that is important and something that we should focus on.
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you so much for sharing that. I just do want to acknowledge, because I think that I want to appreciate the people who did participate in this exercise, and I want to acknowledge all of the cards, even if we don't get to them. The second one was taking time off, but still being called to complete a task. Also, leaving tasks to be done by others while out of the office, but the tasks are not done. Okay. This table, what cards did you have?
Okay, so good morning, everybody, and good morning to our friends in Ghana. I am the worst person to do this one. So if anybody knows me in here, they know that I should not be reading this one. Higher education can be seen as a modern day boys club. Women are given the opportunity, but the desire to be heard can come off as nagging or at a cost to my and/or career reputation. So we'd be here all day talking about boys club, okay? So no offense to the men that are in here. So we talked about how we live in such a sensitive world today. So perception is everything when it comes to certain types of issues. But we also talked about, we came to a consensus that we think that Virginia State University is making progress. We have a dean, a new dean, associate provost rather, who is a woman. So we're seeing some amazing progress at Virginia State University. But this has always been a challenge about how women trying to rise above that whole, I guess, what you consider piece where women, some mindset of where a woman should be. Let's talk about solutions, because I'd be on here all day talking about a boys club. We talked about tag team, that it's important to have support on campus for women. And we're seeing that at Virginia State University in terms of the women's leadership, activities that go on that Dr. Noel Batiste and other team members have put into place. So we're really excited about that. We talked about how tag teaming in meetings, when you know that you've had a conversation with perhaps your buddy support in your department, you get to the meetings and you put yourself out there and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm sticking out here like a sore thumb. But then you look at your buddy and it's like, you know what, I got this. So we can talk about this and the importance of tag teaming with women. We talked about not shrinking in terms of women, and we talked about, and I think it all comes down to respect of women, because we find that, like everybody else, we probably, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna be biased here because you're right, I'm a woman. We wear more hats than anybody else. I'm gonna say that because we do, balance of the work and the family and everybody else. We may as well face it, men. I know you're stepping up, but it is one of those things. So that's what we talked about and finding that support. So and I think that somebody else is going to take that other piece, because we kind of team tag on this. It's the same question, or basically a concept, because we really had talked about this when we first started and sit down at this table. So thank you for the scenario.
All right, and our second card said providing critical information to supervisors and their supervisors, and nothing literally being done about the situation that adversely affects the entire unit, and then being afraid of retaliation as it is occurring currently. Thank you for sharing that. I wish we could go into that one. That's a good one. Okay, so we're just going to would someone at one of these two tables, like just one, I'm sorry, we only have one more for the sake of time. But I will read them.
Okay, so I'm Laura Bailey. I'm Director for Research and Development. So this one says not using me for my expertise, and then not allowing me to be the best. So we had 2 points that we discussed to kind of set this one apart. The first one is ensuring that your supervisor understands what is your expertise, right? So that's the first piece of it.
And then if your supervisor is really knowledgeable of your expertise, then learning to self-advocate in a very positive way that doesn't build a wall, that doesn't move to a defensive environment where your supervisor is using his or her power to basically further suppress you, opposed to stating, and this is an example that I kind of use. So here's my expertise, and here are some ways that I'm perceiving that my expertise can be used for the betterment of this department. And so with that, the power then is in your supervisor's hand as to how they can use your expertise to further the improvement and enhancements of that department. And so one thing I wanted to kind of piggyback on what you just said, what's your name? Dr. Robinson. Yes, Dr. Robinson. You basically really went into my head when you went into your conversation. There's one piece that I just really wanted to add to that was that not only are women wearing so many hats, when we go to the nth degree to actually do the thing that we're hired to do, sometimes men are given the credit for what we do at the very end. For example, if I'm telling someone to get a grant across the road, and then I'm hearing that there is a thank you to the man who did one little thing to actually get that across the hurdle. So I think that the more we advocate for ourselves, right, and to our colleague women, I think the better off we are. Not to be a sexist at all, but I really wanted to say that to emphasize what you just said.
Thank you so much for sharing that. This is a very interesting conversation. I'm a therapist, so I could go into, this could go in a lot of different directions. And I think this is a good place for me to begin to wrap it up because my time is almost up. We could talk about this for a long time, and I think we've had some really valuable conversation. And there are other portions if we talk about CQ, and the last is the meta cognitive portion, and that's the mental capability to acquire, evaluate, and evaluate cultural knowledge. What we're talking about essentially is culture and how we communicate. And I want to end normally because once you go through the different levels of IQ, you end by using a case study, and I'm going to use one of my own where sometimes I'm just going to storytell for you on this last case study. So I'm going to ask you what you thought about this picture. When you look at this, this is a 6-year-old little boy, and he got struck by a car. And I want you to think about what the parents must have been experiencing. They were there, they saw this, and this little boy's being wheeled off into an ambulance. And the discussion was going to be around cultural sensitivity, how we digest other people's experiences, because again, as I started off, we are wives, husbands, mothers, fathers, we are caretakers, we are a lot of things when we come to this job. But in full disclosure, this is my baby. And this happened on Virginia State's campus last year, not even a full year ago. And I didn't even tell my colleagues. I came back to work and I just functioned. And to the credit of men, I want to just share how everything that women are saying in this room is true. However, the next day, my husband, who was the chair of the department and also working on accreditation, had to come back and work and function the very next day. Sometimes I don't think that we give credit to some things that we have the capacity to do, because if you're in a relationship, the other person may be taking on the brunt of other things that don't feel as heavy as some of the hats that we wear as women. But to his credit, I couldn't do that. Go back to work the next day, right? But I'm happy to report he walked out of the hospital that same day, y'all. We all did. We all did. So I just wanted to show that as a case study so that you understand culturally, as we're trying to understand each other. And that what I just did was what we call an intercultural situational judgment test. It's how we use case studies to bring forth the entire conversation about culture. But before we end, I want to just end with, did my quote go away? Okay. This quote: remember that constant criticism can kill communication. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails like daring greatly. So thank you all for daring greatly. Thank you for your time today.
That was wonderful. Can we give her another round of applause, please? All right, let me give you all a 5-minute stretch break, 5 minutes, please. And then, we will, get back to working. Thank you.
Okay, so fine, I can't kill
Yes.
I wasn't there that day. Well, actually, I didn't tell you what happened about the things were like, I used to take all of the office. Yeah, that's me, yeah. Marcus Smith, what's up? What's up?
Nice segue for my afternoon.
Yes.
So,
I didn't see any questions in the chat, so.
Good, good.
But I'll make sure I share everything. This should be good. All right. Well, thank you. Great presentation. I saw the fact that I already went to the restroom Zoom with the dinosaurs.
Okay.
Get the work done. All right, I'm watching video. I mean, my question in the chat, they're gonna run the chat. I am this one. But we have a link about,
well, you said, that's about.
Okay. Groups that put together. It's all about
I was, but then that's.
And it'll be a little answering the chat.
Oh, no, this is, I was. Because I was just gonna do the red eye, see. But I realized, oh, you get back to it. But then yesterday, I'm driving, so like.
Yes.
So you don't have anything that was. She said that. I was just gonna put it in the chat. I got you. Thank you. I figured out my tech password. So just travel my way.
Situated. And are you gonna hover out here up front? Is that where you're gonna hover? Is up front, or are you gonna walk through everything?
Just be.
All right, whatever. Just push the button.
Yeah, I didn't put
Okay, everyone, we're going to come back together as one, please. Let me give folks about 30 more seconds to get seated.
Did it go? Did you click it again? Did you click it again? Oh, no, I thought I heard it. Sorry.
Okay, you all, we're gonna have another sensational speaker coming for us. This is Dr. Pina. She served as the Director for Academic Communication, and she also will be serving as the incoming Executive Director for the Leadership Institute. So, give her a round of applause. We love Dr. Pina. So Dr. Pina is going to be talking about empathy, right? And a lot of times you don't really hear too much about that in higher education and things of that nature. So without any further ado, Dr. Pina.
Good morning, everybody. Everybody have a productive morning this morning. I was listening from outside the morning, also to the participants who are joining us in Ghana this morning. So our topic for today. Okay, I'm good.
Of course it's not.
Okay, is leading with empathy, the heart of emotional intelligence. And I don't think people realize how important, right, empathy and emotional intelligence are, and not just to your professional lives, but your personal lives as well, because it all bleeds in, it's all interconnected. So what exactly is empathy? Empathy is capacity to comprehend the experience of another person's feelings. It entails identifying, appreciating, and occasionally even feeling the feelings that another person is experiencing. Empathy is the core component of emotional intelligence. It is essential for building and sustaining interpersonal relationships. And empathy is often categorized in two basic types. Cognitive empathy. This is the ability to understand the viewpoint or mental condition of another individual. It entails comprehending their feelings and ideas without experiencing them yourself. And emotional empathy. This is the ability to truly feel what another person is feeling. It involves mirroring their emotional experience, and the result is usually a deep emotional connection with them. So I was going to offer an example, right, about demonstrating cognitive empathy versus emotional empathy. So say you're speaking to a colleague, and that colleague has lost a child, right? And you feel for that person because they lost a child. And you want to be there for that colleague, but you don't understand what losing a child is if you haven't lost one yourself, right? So you can be there and you can support that person, right? But if you're demonstrating emotional empathy, that's a different connection because you've lost a child yourself. You understand exactly how that person feels, right? You can have those conversations, and those type of conversations form deeper bonds. What is EI then, or emotional intelligence? Daniel Goleman, who's like a forefront psychologist, who really put emotional intelligence on the map, right? Defines emotional intelligence as the ability to manage ourselves and our relationships effectively, consisting of 4 fundamental capabilities: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and social skills. Okay, so I love this. I keep it, by my desk. I also try to give it out to my students. This is an emotional intelligence primer, and it breaks down these competencies. So if we look at self-awareness, and you see what's under self-awareness, right? Emotional self-awareness. Do you understand your own emotions? Can you recognize what you're feeling, right? In any given situation. Accurate self-assessment. Can you identify your own strengths and your own weaknesses, right? And self-confidence. Do you yourself have a positive sense of self-worth? Under self-management, we see self-control, right? If you're in a situation, whether it's with a student or whether it's with a peer and you get angry, can you police your own self, right? Can you police your own emotion? Are you trustworthy? Do you have that reputation? Are you conscientious? Can you adapt, right, to any type of changing situations, right? Are you achievement oriented? And do you possess initiative? Under social awareness, empathy again, do you have a skill at sensing other people's emotions? What about organizational awareness, the ability to read the contents of organizational life, right? So when you're doing your work, are you mindful of BSU's missions, goals, and objectives? Okay. Also, positionality will fall under it as well. Service orientation. And then finally, social skills. That's a big one. Visionary leadership, influence, developing others. Can you communicate well? Are you a change catalyst? Are you good at conflict management? What about building bonds, right? Which falls in the coalition building. Do you work well with others? Do you play well in the sandbox? Okay, same with teamwork and collaboration. So I love this primer. Okay, so a lot of people confuse EI and EQ. So I want to spend just a little time there. Are they the same thing? No, they're actually not. Although both terms are used interchangeably, they're very different. EI is for emotional intelligence. EQ stands for emotional quotient. So we already know that EI is about recognizing, understanding, managing, and utilizing emotions effectively in oneself and others. It encompasses a range of skills and behavior related to emotional awareness and regulation. And it's applied in various contexts, including personal development, leadership, teamwork, conflict resolution, versus EQ, which is a measure of an individual's emotional intelligence. So if we drop down there, EQ assessments often include self-report questionnaires, behavioral observations. You meet with your direct report, and it's a 360-degree feedback, right? From not just your direct report, from your peers as well. How many of you thought that EQ and EI were the same thing? Anybody? Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's talk about the importance of empathy and emotional intelligence in effective leadership. For a leader to effectively manage relationships, connect with the team, and foster an environment where everyone can succeed, they must possess empathy and emotional intelligence. These characteristics improve a leader's capacity to motivate, mentor, and encourage their group, which promotes success of the organization as a whole. What are the benefits to a team or an organization when a leader embraces empathy and possesses EI? Can anybody answer that question? Because there are tangible benefits, because we can talk about what happens when you know your leader doesn't possess empathy, right? Or has low EI. We all know what that is, and we'll get into that. But tell me some of the benefits when they do. When they possess empathy and they do have high EI. Yes.
Well, what we just talked about, when you have someone who know they hear you, they see, they respond.
Okay, so active listening, right? Someone's an active listener. Yes, Professor Price.
People are more inclined to actually do more for their leader, just because they know that the leader has their back and they're listening to their emotions, things that are going on in their lives. So they'll be more inclined to actually take action.
So it sounds to me you're saying that a leader who can connect, right, with the people that they're working with. Because when you can connect with people, then you want to do no more work. Yes.
Increased value and increase efficiency.
Increased value gives increased appreciation, yes. Minimize frustrations, right? So that goes back to that self-awareness, right? Recognizing who's around you, being able to control your own emotions in any given situation. And I can tell you, as somebody who reports directly to the provost, stuff happens all the time, right? Last minute projects all the time. You're working on one thing and then all of a sudden you have this big thing to do.
Nope.
Right? In 24 hours, right? And in that space, I have to be able to say, okay, I'm working on this. I have to work on that. I can be frustrated, but I still have to do my job, right? I still have to be able to engage. Okay, so let's talk about some of these tangible benefits we just hit on. Building trust and rapport, right? For a leader who has empathy and high EI. Enhancing communication, okay? Conflict resolution, that's a really big one. Because when you're watching conflict or when you're engaged in conflict, you should be able to recognize if your leader has high EI or low EI, right? And not just your leader, but whoever you're engaging in the conflict with, okay? Motivating and inspiring others. I think we just touched on that too. Okay. More benefits. Adapting to change. A person who embraces empathy and has high EI can adapt to change, right? They can manage their own emotions and help their team navigate through transitions smoothly. Fostering a positive work environment. How important is that to you when you have to do your job, right? Do you do better when your leader has fostered a positive work environment versus, say, a toxic work environment? Are you better at your job? Do you perform optimally in a positive work environment? Okay, and also making informed decisions. Empathy and EI help leaders to consider the human aspect of their decisions. They are more likely to weigh the impact of their choices on team members and stakeholders. Okay, so let's talk about leaders with high EI versus leaders with low EI. And I'm hoping as I navigate through this presentation that we can all see where we need to work on, right? Okay, so leaders with high EI, or not just the leader, anybody with high emotional intelligence demonstrates the following characteristics. Self-awareness, we talked about that. Empathy, social awareness, self-regulation. That's a big one, right? Because sometimes you're right in your own head, but that doesn't mean you're actually right. Okay. Conflict resolution. You guys know what I'm talking about. And sometimes we get in that space when the situation when we start telling ourselves our own narratives. You know what I'm talking about, right? It has nothing to do with reality at all. It's just what's going on in your crazy head at the moment. Okay? Okay, leaders with low EI demonstrate the following characteristics. Lack of concern. I really don't care how you feel. I don't care if you don't understand. Okay? Unconstructive feedback. What's an example of unconstructive feedback? You turn in a project and your boss says what? Say again?
That's bad.
Figure it out. What else?
Bad.
That's bad. What else?
When the response is not the question that was asked, when it's a different topic.
When it's a different topic, something like that's not what I expected, but there's no feedback after that. Okay, perfectionism, right? Which is the enemy of progress, right? Perfectionism. They may constantly criticize employees instead of offering positive feedback. Unnecessary arguments. Unnecessary arguments, right? Rigidity, right? Have you experienced a situation where you complete a project and you know that it's going to work better that way, and you've done the research, you can demonstrate that you know that it works better that way. It's more cost effective, it's less time consuming, right? But your boss says, no, do it this way, because that's the way you've always done it. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm up here by myself. Okay, now my boss go, not you, documents, where you are. No, I'm not talking about you. Okay, lack of empathy. They may not understand or address concerns or show remorse for their actions. Okay, blaming others. Blaming others, okay? They know they messed up, but they can't say they messed up. So they just gonna brush it over and keep going. Meanwhile, your little feelings are hurt, right? Okay, emotional outbursts. Struggle to regulate their emotions and lash out reactively or have unexpected emotional outbursts that seem uncontrollable. Anybody have a situation like that? Yes. You don't have to name names, don't name names.
Emotional outbursts can take motivation, but also can be speaking about how the situation you responding to those emotional outbursts and so nothing gets done in the course of time. So they can sometimes we try to tell you you're usually about it, we get to brush it off and we get some distractions and environment.
Not to mention, some people are more sensitive than others, right? We all have different personality types. That's a whole different conversation. Some person could experience emotional outbursts and be able to brush it off and say, okay, that's just a person, right? They're having a bad day and I'll continue on to do my work. Other people don't experience emotional outbursts well like that. They say, you know what? I'm now stifled. I can't do my best work because I'm all in my feelings and it's become a distraction. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I put this here, and I can mail this to everybody if you want, but this is a free EI test where you can go and take the test, and it'll give you just a little quick snapshot of where your emotional intelligence is. Okay, what is your score? If it's high, how do you maintain that, right? If it's high, how do you maintain that score, right? How do you maintain any high score? If you're in school and you get if you get an A on a hard exam, right? How do you maintain that knowledge? What do you have to do to maintain it? You have to keep working at it, right? EI is the same way. You have to keep lifting. If it's low, how do you improve that score? You have to work at it, but you have to do specific things, right? And we'll get into that. Okay, so let's talk about empathy. Examples of leading with empathy, right? Responding to employees in a way that is highly congruent with that person's emotions, thus building rapport because we don't always work the same, right? So what do you have to do? What connection do you have to have, right, with your direct report in order to do your best work? Give me an example. What do you need in order to do your best work?
You need to know your employees.
You need to know your employees. What else? Good communication. What else?
Trust.
Trust. What else? To have what kind of resources? To have the resources needed to effectively do your job, right? What else do you have to perform optimally, right? Because say again? Support. What else?
I'm guessing the support because my thing was where you put the supervisor like into the past, 24 hours a day, they needed to do it themselves. So I guess that would be.
That's it. Yes. Okay, somebody said communication is good, clear communications, expectations. Did you say you need to be well? Okay, you need to be well, yes. We know your employees' strengths and weaknesses. Right, I think we should know our leaders' strengths and weaknesses too, right? So we can better complement, right? But some of us need the same things like trust, right? And effective communication and resource to do our jobs, to perform optimally. Some of us need different things in addition to those things. Me, for example, I need to feel connected. I do, right? That's just my personality. I need to feel connected to what I am doing. I need to feel like that the person is connected to what I am doing, right? That we are all in alignment. Okay, so able to coalition build. What does that mean? Because a lot of people don't understand what coalition building is. What does that mean? Does anybody know?
Gaining buy-in from everybody understands the common goal of your organization. Everybody feels part, they know they contribute.
Okay, what's the difference between collaborating, right, and coalition building?
Collaborating is actually working together in a particular project. Coalition building is actually building a team for folks.
And not just a team for a short term, but a team for a long term. Coalition building is that I am connecting with you, right? I am working so well with you. I understand how you work. So when I have a project again, right, I know where to go. I know you're not gonna let me down. I know we can work together as a team, right? I know that if you're in a situation and somebody needs somebody with my expertise, that you're going to refer me because we are coalition building, right? Not just for the short term, but for the long term. Okay, that's the difference. And coalition building, in order to coalition build effectively, you have to have emotional intelligence. You have to have empathy, because if you don't, and then you get in that room, right? You get in the room when you're in tall cotton and people are putting teams together, right? I'm not just dating myself saying, right? And people are putting teams together and you have demonstrated a low EQ, are they going to consider you for any type of coalition building? No. Yes.
Goal setting, aligned with emotional, they may not feel the same as a leader for goal setting.
If I was going to talk about goal setting, it would really be under leadership strategies. Okay. Okay. So now that we got through coalition building, let's talk about mastering the art of interpersonal communication, because that has everything to do with not just emotional intelligence, but also with coalition building. Mastering the art of interpersonal communication. What does that mean? What does that mean? If you are a good interpersonal communicator, what does that mean? Because you can be a good communicator, but that doesn't mean you're a good interpersonal communicator, right? I'm the director of academic communication, so I can communicate. That's my job. But can I talk to people individually? Can I connect with people individually? Yes. Being able to engage, being able to, what'd you say?
Exchange your ideas and information.
The exchange of ideas and information with another person, yes. Being approachable, What else? Tell me something else about interpersonal communication, yes. Being patient in order to connect, and also recognizing how the other person connects, right? Because there are people across this campus that'll send an email and say, I need this. That's me, can you do that? Right? Well, I don't necessarily respond well to that. I don't, right? I don't. Good morning. How are you? Right? I hope this email finds you well. I hope you're having a productive and stress-free day. How your mama now? Right? But some people don't have time for it, but you have to know how to communicate. This one does. See, that's why you don't get what you need. Yes.
I think it's kind of the appropriate sender receiver, messaging as well as the code switching. You know, who can you actually code switch during that time, understanding that, hey, do I need to turn on my voice or do I need to turn it off? Like, how do I actually, effectively get something done for the person to feel comfortable in order to actually whether communicate, on the professional level or the decide to still go get the job.
Right, that's what mastering interpersonal communication is all about, right? Knowing how to actually connect with individuals, right? Individuals one-on-one. Because if I want something from you, I know how to connect with you to get what I need, just like you know how to connect with me. But it's not the same for everybody, right? It's not the same for everybody. He don't care what you say, right? You just literally, you can just send him an email and just say, just give me this, right? And he gonna be cool with that, right? Okay, and let's talk about the capability of collaboration. We touched on that a little bit, right? That falls under interpersonal communication. Can you get on a team? Can you work well on a team? Can you listen to other people's ideas, right? Are you defensive when somebody doesn't necessarily like your idea? Can you recognize, okay, well, maybe my idea is flawed, right? And can we get back on this team and get this job done? Or do you stay in your feelings and become counterproductive? Okay, and then the big daddy, I put it last, followership. What is that? I've heard somebody say that followership and leadership are the same thing. It's not. It's not. If they were the same thing, they wouldn't be two completely different categories, right? If you Google followership and look at all the articles, right, and that have been written about followership as opposed to leadership, it's just as many. So what is followership? What do you think followership is? And why does that fall under this category? And what does that mean? Yes.
For me, fellowship means the ability to support their peers, to have the ability to know, anticipate maybe some of their needs. And just follow people what they ask you to do.
Okay, what else? Even if
you don't agree with what you think might be.
there it is. That's the big nugget with followership, right? Yes.
I was just gonna say, it's quite similar, I don't know, professional culture. I said, in borrow to see as a student, but you know what the mission is. They dedicated to it and putting forth all of the resources to ensure.
Especially when you don't agree with it, right? When you're a direct reporter, your boss says, okay, well, we're going to implement this initiative. And everything inside of you says, that's stupid, too. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. It's gonna fall apart and I'm gonna have to be the one cleaning it up. You know that down in your very soul, right? You at night, breathing, because you know it's not gonna work. But at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do. That's part of followership, right? Where you have to just swallow that and you keep that to yourself. The fact that you don't think it's gonna work and you think it's stupid, you keep that to yourself, right? And you bring to bear all of your own resources in the same effort that you would extend if it was something that you did agree with, right? To do your job, to do what needs to be done, because a lot of times you don't have all the information that you need to have in that moment. Yes, we're gonna have. Say that again.
So the question of statement was, what then happens when the project fails?
Right.
Do you come back to the table and say, I could have told you so, only if you had asked?
Do you? Do you come back to the table and say, I could have told you so, and I told you that I thought it was dumb? No, you go have a drink, you go have an adult beverage. Right? And you call somebody else, right? And you vent, and you say, I told him that this was silly, right? And I ended up having to clean it up, but good followership means that you still demonstrate, right, empathy and emotional intelligence, and you put forth your best effort So you're all working to achieve a common goal, even if it's a goal that you don't necessarily agree with. Yes.
Even when it comes down to, I think the issue that I had with followership and the issue that happened and you just know completely failed. When we had to actually approach another situation similar to that, I know I politely, let my supervisor know, hey, do you remember this happened such and such time? So it's up to them to say, hey, let's still follow with what I say, although we know it's just gonna fall completely flat. Or if they remember, hey, it did fall through last time, let's go ahead and go with, your way of, possibly making it work a lot easier or more effective.
Okay, so what's for a person who has a high EQ, right? And they're in that situation where you had a project and you knew it was gonna fail and it did fail. And it comes back around again and your boss wants to do the same thing. How do you address that in the email? Give me an example of what you would say. With a high EI, what would you say in that email?
I would say, just good morning, I pray all is well. I understand that we have this project coming around again. And, we tried it this way last time, and though I maybe, willing to try it this way, I also have some, other, avenues that we can try to complete this project that might be a little bit more efficient. But maybe not efficient, but may work just as well, and just show them the outline of it. Do you think we could try it this way this go around? What are your thoughts? Do you have any feedback would you like to add to it? And see how that goes around. So, maybe not so much pointing out that the last time it failed, but saying, here's another option that we can maybe try to complete this project.
Very good. So what's the way you could respond to that email or write that same email if you had a low EQ? What would you say? If you had a low EQ. I'm out, but no, what else? This is our every day. Is this not our every day? Okay, so tell me how would you say you had a low EQ?
Oh, okay. I
Low.
wanted to do high EQ, but
You can do low and then do high.
okay. If I had a low EQ, I would probably say, good morning. Why are we doing this project again? It didn't work the last time. I don't see any changes to it, so it probably won't work again this time. So why are we doing it? That's it. That will probably just be it. Or I told you last time, we should have done it this way,
Right.
you didn't do it that way. And you still want to do it exactly the same way, just something that is very negative.
Right.
Right? But I agree with the high EQ, with what the young lady with the brain said. Nadira, what she said, I like to use sort of, I don't know if it's a transitional word, but words like consider. So good morning, I hope this email finds you well. We're doing project X again. I've been thinking about, since the last time we did it, I've been thinking about some ways for us to be successful in the project or, to improve some of the places where, and so could consider these things, right? And I like to use, consider is giving them the control still, right? But it's you providing information for them to think about. So if they choose it, they can kind of still take credit for it. Yeah, we did it my way, because you still ultimately have the power to place, take out and put in different implementations where you want for it to be successful.
Good. Yes. Josh.
And to piggyback off of that, I would actually, because I've noticed we tend to forget sometimes what really didn't go wrong. Those of us in the position of cleaning up, we remember everything. But I think also in that email, you say, reminder, this X, Y, Z, and this was the result. Other side of the, on the other side, put recommendation, blah, 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 to give the reminders of what did not go well, and then your recommendation, so that it's like a side-by-side pros and cons as to what, how we should move forward with this or not.
And then also, if you have mastered the art of interpersonal communication, then you know how your boss communicates. Right? If you were paying attention, then you know how to go to your direct report and engage and relay that information. Yes.
Sorry. So, sorry, I have a question. So when we talk about followership, it seems like we are, negating the fact that we all play a role in whatever we're trying to accomplish. So at the beginning, initially, as a follower, you still have to be able to communicate with your leader.
Yes.
In order to make sure we're not getting to the point where it fell and we are trying to clean it up. But providing those ideas and so forth at the beginning so that you're not having this issue of, okay, how do I send this email? You still have to play your role at the beginning, even as a follower. It's not saying that you're taking control of the situation. You just bring it to light, hey, in order for the success of this program or what you're trying to initiate, can I implement or provide some ideas to you on how this can work? And it'll be up to that leader to either accept it or deny it.
This is true, but sometimes you can't, right? It depends on the type of leader that you have. Some leaders are open to that in the beginning, and some definitely are not. Yes.
Yes, yeah, I'm sure that, I think you have to know the type of leader that you have.
Yes.
You have to know what he says and what he can't say.
Yeah.
And, there's some things that you might not be able to say, however, at some point in time, you gotta find a, I guess, diplomatically, to that. You know, maybe, suggesting that we look into, maybe your ideas and see how well they might be able to assist in the process to move forward.
Yes.
Dr. Pina, what I find to be true, with some years, working in academia or working overall is that emails can have their own tone.
Yes.
And that can be so read, misconstrued or what have you. So it's interesting that you're talking about interpersonal skills. I think unless that has been achieved and secured, so it's one-on-one, we have that understanding. I would, I don't think I would have sent an email if I feel that the relationship is still new and we have not yet developed this interpersonal relationship. I would have, however, ask for a meeting and sit at the table where we can talk and chat and, you know, with a smile, the laughter and what have you, and then reach where I can suggest, make such suggestions and receive the leadership that I need to. So that's fair,
right? Depends on your direct report. What kind of leader you have. If your leader is open to that or not, last comment.
Okay, so last comment, I'm going to have to agree with you. I'm gonna have to say stay off the email because emails can follow. So we want to sit down and have that meeting. So that's what I would say. I concur. Yeah.
Well, it depends, right? Because what if you have a boss like mine who's running all of the time? And the way that she prefers to communicate is that way. You see what I'm saying? So it depends on your relationship with your boss, right? And the way your boss communicates. Okay, so let's talk about increasing your emotional intelligence since I just gave you that free EI test. So emotional intelligence skills can be learned, right? We talked about that. Unlike IQ, right? Which is genetic, which is hereditary. So if you're a little special, then you're just gonna be a little special, right? Unlike EQ, which can be learned, okay? It's not easy. It's like returning to the gym after a long absence or never having gone at all. So if you haven't been to the gym in 4 years and you decide to go to the gym and lift a bunch of weights and run, what's gonna happen? Right? You're gonna be calling on Jesus afterwards, you're gonna be sore, it's gonna be hard, right? EI is like that. It's mental work. It's not always pleasant, but it's necessary. It requires work, dedication, and the will to evolve, the will to want to do better, the will to want to perform better, the will to want to connect with your colleagues, right? The investment is more than justified by the reward. Okay, so I want to talk about really quickly, I'm not going to go through all of this, but I wanted you to see that this isn't pseudoscience, right? Empathy, emotional intelligence, and being in a position where you can increase your EI, right? Where you are participating in workshops, where you are doing exercises, where you are taking EQ tests, all of the mental lift, the heavy mental lift that you need to do in order to increase your EI. I have here the neuroscience of the following trait offers deeper insight into the relationship between empathy and emotional intelligence and leadership effectiveness, right? Mirror neurons, empathy networks, oxytocin, all of these things are taking place in your brain as you are endeavoring to increase your EQ, right? Your EI. The neuroscience of emotional intelligence, all of that happens with EI, right? Prefrontal cortex, amygdala, anterior cingulate cortex, or the ACC, right? The ACC is involved in error detection, emotional regulation, and social evaluation. It helps individuals manage conflicting information and adapt their behavior based on social cues. So this is all rooted in science, right? It's not a pseudoscience, it's real. Okay, enhancing EQ is entirely possible with practice and consistent effort. But why does it take so dang long, right? You're not gonna have a higher EQ in a day. You're not gonna have a higher EQ in a couple of weeks. It's something like going to the gym, right? Can you transform your body in a day? We wish we could. Can we transform our body in a couple months? No, things might get a little tighter, but it's not gonna be exactly the way we want it, right? EI is the same way. All of this, I'm gonna jump to the last one, maybe the third one. Repetition and practice are necessary for the emotional centers to learn a new habit. Therefore, altering your habits is similar to increasing your emotional intelligence, right? So let's take, for example, have you ever had an experience, a situation either where you were involved or you experienced two people communicate and one was always offended? Do you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? One person always seems to get their feelings hurt and you're trying to figure out, okay, is this person overly sensitive or is the person who's communicating, the staff person, have an issue, right? All of that comes into play with EI, figuring that out, figuring the role that you play in it, right? If you're the person who's always offended, or if you're the person who's always offending people, right? Figuring all of that out and taking responsibility for it. Okay, so let's talk about the impact on leadership effectiveness. So effective leadership is enabled by neurological pathways that are highlighted by the neuroscience of empathy and emotional intelligence. Understanding and using these brain processes can help leaders better connect with, inspire, and motivate their staff, which will eventually lead to organizational success. So the impact on leadership effectiveness of having a high EI, right? Of embracing empathy, improved decision-making, enhanced relationships, better stress management, and we all need that. Increased motivation and engagement, effective conflict resolution. Because I think you have to ask yourself, if I want these results over here, right? What do I need to do, right? To help my team achieve these results. If I want to continue going down the same path, right? And getting the same results, then I'll just stay exactly where I am. Right? It's about who you are and what you're willing to do, not just for yourself to grow, but for your team to grow as well. Okay, emotional intelligence consists of 5 components that are crucial for effective leadership. These components, first popularized by Daniel Goleman, play a significant role in how leaders interact with their teams and manage their responsibility. The first one is self-awareness. We've talked about a lot during this presentation, right? And it's relevant to leadership is improved decision-making, okay? And a team interaction, when a leader has self-awareness, is authenticity and adaptability, right? When a leader is self-aware, when you are self-aware, right? Your team responds in a different way to a leader who is self-aware versus a leader who is not self-aware. Can we all agree with that? 2, self-regulation, right? The ability to control or redirect disruptive emotions and impulses and adapt to changing circumstances. Okay, its relevance to leadership, stability and consistency. And the way a team responds to a leader who possesses self-regulation is conflict management and integrity, right? If everybody's on a team and somebody doesn't agree with this, or half the people don't agree that they should do what the other half should do, they're still able to work that out. They're still able to come together as a team, right? And work collaboratively to achieve departmental objectives and ultimately organizational objectives, right? And integrity. So if you have a leader who demonstrates integrity, then you're more likely to be integral when you're doing what you need to do for your work versus a leader who doesn't demonstrate integrity. If you have a leader who doesn't demonstrate integrity, then how do you do your job? Do you do your job differently? Anybody?
Yeah, you gotta do a workaround to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, you do your job, but is your heart in the job?
And you make sure that you email everything to them and to you. That way, if they come into you, it's Veronica.
Yes.
Veronica is.
Yes. Does everybody know who Veronica is?
I love Veronica. Veronica protects herself.
Veronica protects. She's always in a CYA mode, right? If you're dealing with a leader who does not demonstrate integrity, then you're always in that space, like you said, right? I have to have these emails. I have to make sure that I can cover myself, right? I can't trust that this is going to be received the way, right, that I need it to be received. Okay. 3, motivation. The way that a team responds when a leader possesses this aspect of emotional intelligence is resilience, right? Part of our plan can fall apart, but we can still come together and do what we need to do in order to get the job done, right? And then everybody around that leader is goal-oriented because that person is always motivated, right? And our perspective stays where it should be. We're here for the students. We're doing what we need to do. Okay. 4, empathy. We know that the relevance to leadership is relationship building. And the way a team responds when they have an empathetic leader is there's effective communication and the team development is strong, right? All documented. Effective communication and team development is very strong. Okay. And finally, social skills, the proficiency in managing relationships and building networks, the ability to find common ground, and build rapport. Because if you can build rapport, you can coalition build, right? And that serves you long, Josh, that serves you long after you leave the university.
They're doing stuff with my account.
Okay, so the way a team interacts or a team responds when you have a leader who is proficient with their social skills, conflict resolution, and collaboration. Okay, we can integrate EQ components in leadership effectiveness and create a culture of emotional intelligence by adopting a holistic approach. Promoting a culture that values and practices emotional intelligence can lead to a better overall organizational performance and employee satisfaction, right? What I wanted you to see here was that the components of EQ are all interconnected and collectively enhance a leader's effectiveness. So you need both empathy and EI, right? Now, you can have a leader, tell me the result of, you can have a leader with a high IQ and a low EI. What does that look like? When you have a leader with a high IQ who has no empathy and has a low EI, how does that person show up in the workplace?
They don't know how to talk to people.
Say again?
They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how the importance of building trust with someone.
they don't know that just saying, may I please, thank you, how are you, gets much farther than I know I from the 18 decibel.
Right.
And you know.
Okay, have difficulty connecting. What else? When you have a,
Also, looking at.
yes, also looking at an autocratic leader, right? What is that?
Autocratic leader is somebody who wants things to be done a certain way, do it this way, this way, all they have. Right? It's just, just doing what needs, doing what is requested. And that says, no feedback,
So if you had an autocratic leader, then you could go to that person and say, I want to make these suggestions, right? They're not necessarily open to that at all. You have to do what you told when you told to do it, turn it in when you told to turn it in, and then that's the end of it, right? So if you have a leader that has a high EI, right, and embraces empathy, then how does that person show up in the workplace?
That person never
for the
has to
whole
tell anyone that they're leaving. Everyone's working together, and it doesn't have to be emphasized, like the authority part. Boss doesn't ever have to be said. Administrators are supposed to administer what we're supposed to accomplish at the university, not to the autocratic.
Right, because a lion doesn't have to tell anybody it's a lion. Right? You just, no. You just, no. And also, if you have a leader who embraces empathy and has a high EQ, then that person is looking to see how they can help you, right? How you can grow, because your growth benefits the team as the whole. And if it benefits the team as a whole, then it's easier for us to achieve our objectives, right? So it's not always about that person, right? It's about how can I help develop you, right? So you can effectively do what you need to do. Okay. Effective techniques for developing empathy, self-awareness, self-regulation, social awareness, relationship management. By consistently applying these 5 techniques, you can enhance your emotional intelligence, leading to a more effective leadership and improved interpersonal relationships. So develop empathy. No, we're not always born empathetic, right? It's like, for example, my husband isn't necessarily, he would be mad at me, Dr. Hobbs, tell me how the story. But if I fell down, he would just look at me like, damn. Like, did that hurt? Right? He's just not naturally empathetic that way. I am. I'm rushing over. Do you need help? Let me get you an ice pack. You know, he's like, oh, that looks like it hurts. Right? People aren't naturally empathetic. You know, some of us need to work on being more empathetic. Okay? So pay attention to the speaker, showing interest in body language and verbal acknowledgement. Avoid interrupting and reflect on what is being said. That is active listening, right? Being present, that is active listening. Try to see situations from others' point of view. Ask yourself how you would feel if you were in their position. Perspective taking. Okay, acknowledge and validate others' emotions. Express understanding and support without judgment. That can be hard sometimes because in your head, you can think somebody crazy, right? Or you can think the way they handled an issue was, you know, a little off, but it's still emotional validation. Okay, and finally, be attentive to body language, facial expressions, and tone of voice to understand underlying emotions. That's a really big one, especially in higher education. Observing nonverbal cues. Does everybody know what I'm talking about with nonverbal communication? Because somebody can say one thing, but their body language is saying something completely different, right? And that also goes into being emotionally intelligent enough to read the room sometimes, right? Because again, your bosses can say this is okay, but the body language is saying, you know what? That'll be okay next year, but it's not okay today, even though I have to say it's okay. Right? Okay. Enhance self-awareness. 1, engage in mindfulness meditation or other mindfulness activities to become more aware of your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. That's something that you have to do on your own, right? Mindfulness practices, okay? Regularly write down your thoughts, feelings, and reflections. This isn't for everybody, but it's definitely helpful, especially if you're trying to increase your EI. Journaling. Ask for honest feedback from colleagues, friends, and mentors about your behavior and its impact on others. Feedback seeking. And what I'm gonna say about that is, it's like you say you're ready for a mentor, right? But are you really? Are you really? Are you ready for somebody to come and tell you the whole truth, the unvarnished truth, the unmitigated truth, right? About how their behavior impacts other people and how that is impacting your ability to move forward in the workplace. So if you're going to go ask for honest feedback, then be prepared to receive honest feedback. Be prepared to say, well, you know what? Be prepared to hear, well, you know what? When we're in meetings, you cut people off, right? You don't give people a chance to talk. You cut people off. Or you know what? On the Zooms, you always make these faces. Like, we know you think it's stupid because it's all over your face. Do you see what I'm saying? Be prepared to hear that honest feedback. Or, you know, it just seems like when you don't get your way, you have attitude for the rest of the day. And we all kind of have to deal with it, right? Sometimes you don't recognize those behaviors in ourselves. So if you're going to ask for the feedback from trusted sources, right? From trusted sources, from people who really only have your best interests at heart, then be prepared to receive that. Take time to reflect on your experiences, decisions, and your outcomes. Consider what motivated your actions and how they align with your values. That is self-regulation, right? When you can have a day at work, whether good or bad, and you can go home and you can look in the mirror and you can say, you know what? I just messed that up. I shouldn't handle it that way. I probably shouldn't have said that in that meeting. I probably shouldn't have responded to my colleague that way. When you go tomorrow, let me apologize, right? Let me see what I can do to fix it, right? Or you know what? I handled that, right? I did that. I'm so proud of myself. Look at me growing, increasing my EI. Okay? Strengthen self-regulation management techniques. Okay, practice relaxation techniques such as deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, or yoga to manage stress and maintain posture. Stress management techniques. How many of you in here engage in stress management techniques on a regular basis? Okay, what is something that you do for stress management? Yes, you. Breathing. Breathing? Okay. You would like to do what? Go for a walk. Go for walks. Other stress management techniques?
Exercise.
Exercise. That's all good. Did you say drink? She goes to the gun range. Okay. Okay, no. Okay. Stress management is so important because we have to deal with a lot in higher education, right? Not just what we have to deal with on our jobs, but what we have to deal with these kids, right? Whether they come into the offices or you're still in the classrooms, and then you have life after that. You have to go home and you have to deal with your family. You have to deal with your spouse. You have to deal with your kids. You have to deal with your mom and them, right? Stress management is really important because when you do not embrace stress management, it comes out in other areas and everybody knows it. You think they don't see it, but we all see it. Your slip is hanging and we all see it. Okay? Pause before reacting to emotionally charged situations. Count to 10, right? Take a few breaths. Step away for a moment to gain control. Impulse control. Impulse control. You know when something has gotten under your skin and you want to snap back, and snap back is like right there. It's right there, right? It wants to come right out your mouth, right? And you gotta choke that back and you gotta swallow it. And you gotta just take a moment and you can't say what's right there, right? What's on the tip of your tongue. Replace negative thoughts with positive affirmations. Focus on solutions rather than dwelling on problems. That's a big one. Positive self-talk. That is a really big one. And that's something that so many of us need to work on, because you know what I mentioned earlier about how we form these narratives in our head, right? Sometimes about a situation or a person, and sometimes they're rooted in reality and sometimes they're not, right? But we have to self-talk our way through. Okay, increase social awareness. Ask open-ended questions to understand others' perspectives and feelings better. That's empathetic inquiry. Learn about different cultures and social backgrounds to appreciate diversity and avoid biases. Cultural sensitivity training. Pay attention to social dynamics and group interactions. Notice how people respond to different social cues and contexts, right? Emotional intelligence workshops, all of that. That's all about paying attention to your surroundings, right? And having a high enough EI to realize that not everybody responds to the same things the way that you do, right? And sometimes culture plays a role. Culture plays a role in that. There's a certain way that you can't necessarily approach Black women on certain things, right? We all know that, right? Just it's a certain way you just can't come in as in your kind of way. We don't do well with that, right? That's a cultural issue. We don't do well with that. Okay? Okay. Improve relationship management. Learn and practice techniques for resolving conflicts constructively, such as active listening, finding common ground, and collaborative problem solving. People do so much better when they feel like you have heard them and you are listening to learn and not listening to respond. Did y'all hear what I said? Okay. Take time to build rapport with colleagues and team members through regular check-ins, social interactions, and team building activities, right? Building rapport. Practice clear, concise, and respectful communication. Be open to feedback and willing to adjust your communication style to meet others' needs. Effective communication. Maybe you need to tweak the way you communicate. Right? You know that saying our grandparents used to say all the time, you get more flies with what? All right. That works here too. That works here too, Stephanie. Okay. Develop and maintain a network of professional relationships. Attend industry events, join professional groups, and seek mentorship opportunities. Networking is huge. And networking can be difficult, especially for those of us who are introverts. Is anybody else in here introverted? Yeah, it's not always easy, right? It's not always easy. But in order to get where you need to go, or where you say you want to go, it's something that's necessary, right? Y'all have to swallow it, maybe have a little shot. Okay, empathy and emotional intelligence play pivotal roles in fostering inclusive and high-performing teams, right? So I have here, I'm not gonna go through all this, but empathy allows leaders to appreciate and understand their diverse backgrounds. EI equips leaders with the skills to navigate cultural differences and prevent misunderstanding. Empathetic leaders create a psychologically safe environment where team members feel valued and heard. Creating a psychologically safe environment is huge. Leaders with EI actively seek input from all team members, right? Ensuring that everyone has an opportunity to contribute. Enhancing team performance, right? These are all things that empathy and EI can do, right? By having a high EI, by embracing empathy, you are going to have a higher performing team. All of the research documents this, okay? Teams led by emotionally intelligent leaders are better equipped to handle stress and adversity. These leaders provide support and resources to help team members cope, maintaining morale and productivity. Okay, so practical strategies for leaders. Practice active listening to truly understand team members' concerns and perspectives. Offer training sessions. Include team members in decision-making process, because when you're involved in the decision-making process, when your boss comes to you and asks you how you feel about a thing, don't you feel like your knowledge is appreciated? Your contributions have been recognized? Okay. Regularly, which goes to the next one, regularly recognize and appreciate contributions. Provide ongoing empathetic feedback to help people grow. Stay away from the unconstructive criticism, right? If your goal is to have a better team, a higher performing team, then these are the things that you need to do. Okay? Empathy and effective decision-making. Empathy, resilience, and effective decision-making are interconnected components that significantly enhance leadership effectiveness, right? By integrating empathy and resilience into your leadership approach, you can make more effective decisions that benefit both your teams and BSU. This integration fosters a supportive and adaptive environment, leading to sustained success and well-being for all stakeholders. So understanding stakeholders, know how to build consensus without alienating other people on your team, right? Anticipate impact. Resilience and effective decision-making. Adaptability, stress management, learning from setbacks, right? When you have a setback, do you get in your feelings or do you do what you need to do to move forward? Empathy and resilience, emotional support, building trust, encouraging open communication. Integrating empathy, resilience, and decision-making in leadership. This is a holistic perspective, right? Leaders who integrate empathy and resilience into their decision-making processes can balance emotional considerations with practical needs. This holistic approach leads to decisions that are both effective and compassionate. There is such a thing, okay? Fostering a positive culture, and by integrating all of these things, you're thinking ahead about long-term success, not just the long-term success of your project, but the long-term success of all the individuals on your team. Actionable strategies for leading with empathy and cultivating emotional intelligence, right? I put them all here. Active listening, regular check-ins, empathetic communications, building relationships, self-awareness, emotional regulation, emotional intelligence training, feedback, and coaching. 5 characteristics of really great leadership, right? A great leader prioritizes emotional intelligence, which involves mastering self-awareness and all of those other components. Communicates effectively, which includes cross-cultural communication, right? Knowing, taking the time, right? The ability to be city-minded, ethical, and demonstrate integrity consistently. Prioritize personal development and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and encourage innovation and strategic thinking, all while cultivating a growth mindset. Okay, which of these 5 characteristics make or break leadership success? Not prioritizing emotional intelligence or having any emotional intelligence and not being able to communicate effectively can break any chance of leadership success. If you cannot communicate effectively and you are deemed to have a low EI, it's going to be very difficult for you to move ahead. And not just here, that's just anywhere. And not just in your professional life, but in your personal life, right? Okay. A leader could possess the remaining 3 characteristics of leadership listed above, but without the power triplets, emotional intelligence, empathy, and effective communication skills, our organization falters, productivity is impacted, and morale is affected. And we can pull multiple examples out, right, of things that have happened on campus when all 3 of these things have not been in play. Things fall through the cracks. Stuff falls apart. People fall out. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Cultivate a growth mindset. Endeavor to evolve in a myriad of ways, both personally and professionally. You cannot empower your peers and prioritize their personal development if you cannot access your own strengths and weaknesses and do not prioritize your personal development. One must lead by example to be especially effective. And what I'm going to say now is I have an interactive exercise. And before we get to it, I want to say that the mark of any really good leaders, a wise man once said, is not how many followers a leader has, but how many masters she makes. Right? Just keep that in mind. Okay, so what we're going to do is I have these scripts, right, of these different things that happen at the university. And one of the scripts is written with emotional intelligence, and one is written without, right? And I want a couple people from each table to come up and act out the ones that are written without. And then the rest of y'all will tell me what went wrong there. Hey, I can't name any names. I'm not naming anything. Okay. Okay, so.
It's different one, okay, see, just.
So I need 4 tables to take a scenario, and everybody has to take a different one. Just 4 to take a different one. Don't make me call them. Y'all definitely have to do one back here. Yes. Oh, you know 5, let's see how much time we have. We got at least take one, tell me which one to take. Take one scenario. You doing the one without. Okay. Pick one. Yeah, pick one. Just have to be different. Pick one, Tracy, pick one. Which one? 3? 4. Okay, they have 4. Which one y'all take? We have 4 and 4 are gone. Yes.
So who wants 2? All right, we have 2. Who wants 3? Who wants 3? 1, 3.
Okay. Who's left? I think that's yeah. Okay. Okay, and then one person in your group needs to be the observer, right? Or the rest of y'all need to be able to tell me what went wrong, right? Using everything you just learned. Okay, who's doing number 1? Who got number 1? All right, come on, let's go. Josh. Okay.
Hold on. How you want them?
Yeah, they can just stand, or sit there. They can.
Okay, here you are.
Okay, so I'm doing the one without. Without. I need everybody to tell me what went wrong.
Pay attention.
This is.
You're doing number 1, correct?
Yeah. Just do this. They're doing without. They should be doing without. Oh, yeah, it's on without.
Mr. Brown and Ms. Davis, thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I understand there has been some issues, and I'm here to help us work through them together.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I've been feeling like I've been
Wait, stop,
treated.
stop. Are y'all doing the one with? You should be doing the one without.
Call you all.
Never mind. You're doing the one without.
They didn't do it.
Okay.
We can recap this article.
Okay. The scene is Okay, the scene is HR office. My name is Miss Anderson. I'm the HR mediator. Good afternoon. Let's get this over with, Mr. Brown. You've been complaining about your workload. What's the issue?
I feel like I'm being treated unfairly at work, and it's really affecting my morale and productivity.
Listen, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you need to step up and manage your tasks better, Mr. Brown. We all have to deal with extra work sometimes. Folk in your college are always whining. We all have at least 4 jobs here at BSU.
Well, I'm only being paid for one job. It's clear you don't even read your own contracts. Last month, I was assigned extra tasks without any prior notice, and I wasn't given any assistance to complete them. It felt like I was being singled out.
We can't always provide notice. You need to be flexible and handle what comes your way.
See, exactly. We're all under pressure and you need to find a way to manage. I assigned those tasks because they are needed to be done in the story.
I just feel like my concerns aren't being heard and my mental health is being compromised.
Well, sometimes you just have to deal with it. We can't cater to everyone's individual preferences.
This is really discouraging. I don't know how I can continue working like this.
You need to toughen up, Mr. Brown. Complain you won't get the work done. You better fake it till you make it, dude.
All right, let's wrap this up. Just find a way to keep your work done, Mr. Brown. We don't have time for these complaints.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Okay, that was handled without, right? What was the issue? Or issues?
He was not heard.
He was not heard. There was no what?
No empathy.
No empathy, no active listening. Okay, what else?
Feedback.
Say again? No constructive feedback. Okay, think about the potential that this particular conversation has on the impact of Mr. Brown being able to do his job effectively. And then not to mention Mr. Brown talking to other people, right? And that's snowballing. Thank you, guys. Okay, number 2. You was all
right, number 2. Number 2.
Okay, let's go.
All right, okay. I really don't have time for this. Ms. Johnson, you've accused Dr. Taylor of being biased. What's his issue? What is this nonsense?
Okay, my work is being graded unfairly by Dr. Taylor, in his class, but, I believe there's a lot of biases,
That's ridiculous. I grade based on the quality of the work, not based on any bias. If you got a low grade, it's because you probably been smoking that weed.
You too. No, I worked hard on my last assignment and still got a lower grade than I expected.
Okay, wait. Hard work does not always mean good quality. If Dr. Taylor says your work did not meet the criteria, that's it.
You need to understand that grades are earned based on performance, not effort alone.
So I think, I just don't feel like this is the feedback that I expected. It's unfair, and it's not constructive.
I don't have time to coddle students with detailed feedback. You should just pay more attention to the rubric and the instructions.
Okay, look, Ms. Johnson, you need to toughen up. Grades are final, and if you're not meeting the standards, you need to improve your work. We don't have time for these complaints.
So I don't like your attitude, but this isn't helping. I'm not being taken seriously.
Your concerns are noted, but I'm not changing your grade. If you have issues, you just need to figure it out and address it on your own.
All right, we're done here. I don't expect you to meet the course requirements. I expect you to meet the course requirements. Ms. Johnson, Dr. Taylor, continue with your grading as usual. We don't have time for unfounded complaints.
Okay, thank you. What is the problem here?
I was not being heard.
Okay, she was not being heard. What else? Thinking about what you learned about empathy and EI. What else was the problem here? No empathy at all, right? Because sometimes our students are going through things. We don't know if he has 3 jobs. We don't know if a parent is dying. We just don't know, right? And nobody took the time to find out. They ganged up on her.
You don't even know if she's not telling you. She could have actually put in that work and the other individual hasn't been completely, what was actually going on.
Right? And weren't they very dismissive? Disconnected. Okay, good. What could they have done to improve that exchange? Incorporate what? Empathy. Facts. Facts. Some understanding. He's going through the rubric with her to see where she missed the mark, offering detailed feedback. Okay, so she understands. Okay, 3. Where are we? He's doing 3. Hold on. Okay, so 3, I want y'all to do the one with emotional intelligence. Oh. Yeah, just finish it. With. Don't look at it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, don't you?
Let's go. You're right. That's exactly. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Johnson. Thank you for meeting with me today. I understand you have some concerns about the new teaching technology we're implementing.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Thompson. Dr. Roberts, yes, thank you. I've been teaching for over 20 years using traditional methods, and I'm not convinced that this new technology will benefit my students or my teaching style.
I appreciate your dedication and the wealth of experience you bring to our institution. Change can indeed be challenging, especially when you've developed effective methods over the years. Can you share more about your specific concerns about the new technology?
I'm worried that this will be time consuming to learn and implement. I'm also concerned that it might detract from the personal interaction and hands-on learning that I value in my classes.
Those are valid concerns. We certainly don't want to detract from the quality of education or the personal connections you've built with your students. Our goal is to enhance your teaching, not replace your proven methods. How about we start with a training session that focuses on integrating the technology in a way that complements your existing style?
That might help. I'm open to seeing how change can be integrated, but I still have reservations about its overall effectiveness.
That's understandable. Let's take this step by step. I'll arrange a one-on-one session with our technology specialist who can tailor the training to your needs. We can also pilot the technology in one of your classes and gather feedback from your students. How does that sound?
That sounds reasonable. I want to give it a try, provided it doesn't compromise the integrity of my teaching.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Your openness to trying this new approach means a lot. Let's keep the lines of communication open, and please feel free to share any feedback or further concerns as we move forward.
I appreciate your understanding, Dr. Roberts. I'll do my best to adapt and see how this can work for my students.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Together, we can find the best way to support our students and enhance our teaching practices.
You're too kind. Thank you.
Okay, so with emotional intelligence, what was present in that conversation? Because that conversation could have gone left, right? What was present there? Respect. What else? Feedback. What else? Active listening. What else? Solutions and collaborative problem solving, right? It wasn't this is a you problem. This is how we can work together, right? How we can work together to serve the needs of our students. Okay, thank you, Beth. Let's move forward with now.
No, you had everybody confused. They were out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you guys got a. I don't got it. I don't worry, I'll be Mike. That's fine. I don't really need one either.
When I ask.
All right. Let's just get this over with. Dr. Johnson, you made a comment during the faculty meeting that has apparently offended some people. What's your side of the story?
During the meeting, I made a comment about Black people eating watermelon and fried chicken during the Juneteenth that I thought was harmless. It was meant to be lighthearted, but I understand now that it offended some of my colleagues.
Your comment was insensitive and dismissive of an important holiday for our community. It was hurtful and unprofessional, and you should know better, working around all these Black people.
Yeah, it showed a lot of, a lack of disrespect, it showed a lack of respect for our culture, heritage, and was very disappointing to hear.
Well, you know, everybody has a different sense of humor and some people are more sensitive than others, Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson, just be more careful next time. We need to move on from this.
And it's not just about humor. It's about understanding and respecting each other's cultures. This needs to be addressed properly. He doesn't have any cultural competency. Clearly, neither do you.
I didn't mean to offend anyone. It was just a joke.
All right, Dr. Johnson apologized. Let's not make a big deal out of it. We all have work to do. Dr. Johnson, just avoid making such comments in the future, please.
This is not sufficient. We need more serious approach to prevent such issues in the future.
I understand that you're upset, but we just don't have time for this right now, so you need to get over it. Let's focus on our tasks and just move our attention away from this. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Cease.
Right? Multitude of issues there. What are the issues there? And what are the long-term ramifications of those issues? Because there was a clear lack of empathy and EI. What are the issues? Cultural insensitivities. What else?
The reproduction of white privilege.
Say again?
A reproduction of white
Oh,
privilege.
say it one more time.
I said, white privilege.
I like you.
Okay, yeah.
So the repercussions are going to be a lack of attention. It's probably not going to stay for long. Positions were even heard, and certainly are not new and remedies to very clear issues.
Not heard, not being valued, long-term consequences. What else?
The manager said, just ask if anybody give the tissue. I mean, that's how she was acting.
Completely acting like that. Here's the tissue for your issue. Right? Really don't care how you're feeling, which exacerbated this conflict. Now we have two conflicts. We have the conflict between the employers and the department head, and now we have the conflicts between employees and employees. Right? It exacerbated the whole situation. And so what else?
Also, being at the situation where we see that a big deal about the priority. I feel like it also opens the door to other issues similar to words in that to occur because now there's really no discussion for actions are happening. Certain actions.
That's very good. That opened the door for all manner of things to happen in that department. Because there was clearly no acknowledgement and there was no accountability, and this has a long-term negative impact on the relationships in this department, right? Which can snowball, as we know, and create all other types of issues. Okay, so I hope we can really see the difference between how conflicts are handled with emotional intelligence and empathy versus how they're not handled with emotional intelligence and empathy. Some things were very clear, some things weren't so clear, right? So we have to be mindful of our interpersonal communication, right? And also embracing empathy and demonstrate emotional intelligence and working to increase our own scores every day. And so that is it.
Okay, lunch is here. So, you all can enjoy your time lunch. And I think on the agenda, we want you all to get to know the folks at your table a little better. I would also suggest that you, after you finish with your lunch, can you go around to like 3 people that you do not know? Because a lot of times you all sit at the table with individuals that you know. So there will be a quiz, so make sure that you get to know at least 3 individuals. All right, enjoy your lunch.
That is not. What are they making? That I'm making a cactus. So I mean, you can't actually. Cactus don't have buds. Don't look at this. You wanna talk about no snuff money and the boom,
So, two things. We're gonna be talking about a trauma-informed approach to our communication. I'm gonna tie it in to cultural relevancy, specifically around intersectionality, and talk about how it impacts what we do here at BSU, and probably more importantly, what you do here outside of BSU. All right? So, if anyone feels as though this is too heavy at any point in time, please take care of yourself. If you need to step out, gather yourself, please do so. All right? Please do so. I say that not to assume, but let you know that this is a supportive place. This is a supportive environment. All right? Are we good with that? All right. First icebreaker. Pull out a sheet of paper. Any sheet of paper. And our folks that are joining us virtually, pull out a sheet of paper. Any sheet of paper. Sheet of paper that is large enough to draw some circles and some satellite circles, all right? So once you get that sheet of paper, what I'd like for you to do is to draw a center circle in the center of that sheet of paper. And that circle should be large enough to put your name that you want to be identified as. All right? Draw a center circle large enough to write your name in it the way you want to be identified. Once you've completed that task, I would like for you to draw 4 to 6 satellite circles around that center circle. All right? Around that center circle. And in those satellite circles, I'd like for you to write in the center of those satellite circles an element, status, or a piece of your identity. How you might identify yourself. And as the slide said, an example, this might be Asian American, female, mother, athlete. Again, an identity in the satellite circle. All right? All right. So thumbs up when you have completed this task. Thumbs up when you completed this task. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You need more time, say wait for me. All right. All right.
I see dessert leaving, or is it shifted? Is it leaving or shifted? I see dessert, but what do you say? Everybody good? Yes? All right, so this is the next step. What I want you to do is I'm gonna pair you up. Pair you up or groups of 2, groups of 3, ideally groups of 2. All right. And I want you to share 2 stories. All right, 2 stories when you're in your group. One story about a time where you were especially proud to identify with one of your identifiers in the satellite circle, and a time where it was very painful to identify with one of your identifiers in the satellite circle. All right. 2 stories, one positive, one painful, based on the identifiers in your satellite circles. And then finally, I want you to share a story about a stereotype, or excuse me, I want you to identify a stereotype associated with one of your groups in the satellite circle that does not accurately define you. All right, say again. Please repeat that. Sure. The final one is to name a stereotype associated with one of your groups in the satellite circles, which does not is not consistent with you, does not define you. Okay, so as you can see on the slide, think about filling out, complete a sentence such as this: I am, but I am not. Okay, so for example, for me, I'm a Christian, I'm a believer. However, there's a stereotype that Christians are very conservative. I'm very liberal in my Christian belief and faith. So that would be an example. Make sense? All right, so again, groups of 2 or 3, share your stories and we'll come back together. Or you can ask them to come to you.
So let's go with.
I do have a video clip that. But I said no. Well, I'll click on it from here, so I got you covered. Yeah.
So for me, and so it's like,
Two in the morning. You got 2 more minutes. I don't know if they heard me. And then there it is. Yeah, I know. I mean, there it is. Yeah, there's a lot of time. That rumble. All right. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, you come back.
For a lot of good discussion, a lot of energy in the room. Excellent. How was this experience for you? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Okay. What did you learn? What did you learn? Okay, do you? What else?
That we all have things with us, right? Like we all live real life with real life issues, problems, insecurity, all of those things, like we're human beings.
Yes, yes. Anything else?
Probably that we are not what we were facing.
Probably not what we think we are. Yeah, exactly, exactly. So I wanted to share.
I got you. Do it again.
Who I am.
Where's my mouth? All right, do it again.
There we go. So, in reading this and hearing this, what do you learn about me? Great grandson of Clarence and Estella, grandson of Mackie, Bertie, Irene, Sonny, Harriet, Dolly, and Walter. Son of Rhonda, Walter, and Robert. Brother of Tom, Brian, Shirley Catherine, Tina, and Stephanie. Father of Joshua, Jocelyn, Jonah. Uncle of Quaylen, Sydney, Elijah, and Noah. Djibouti, Iraq, Afghanistan, Bronze Star, Combat Medic. Turnip greens, early rising, BTU. Woo. Sunday, youth choir, fetch the eggs. Lexington, Kentucky. Mobile, Alabama. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Friday night lights and Sunday afternoons. First to go to college. Government cheese. I don't know how to spell cheese. Survivor of abuse. What did you just learn about me?
Where you from?
Family's important to me. Religion. Something I like. Military experience.
Survivor.
Survivor. Where I lived. What's that?
Turn of Greece.
The hill. The hill. There you go, Crawford Grill. How often do we take just 10 minutes to do what we just did? With our colleagues, our coworkers, those that we work with here at BSU. How often? Did I hear never? Okay. Yes.
So when I was doing that, I did this every new session for my students, every new session. I wanted to know who they were, what's their environmental context, a little bit about their family life, their backgrounds, so that I could make that connection, but also so that their peers could make that connection.
Exactly. The response was, she does it, Dr. Bailey, that she does it every time she teaches a new semester course. I do the same thing. This is my go-to. This is my go-to, all right? And I think this activities exercise really hones in on what we're going to talk a little bit about in regards to a trauma-informed approach to communication, all right? So when I was asked to present this particular topic in the cultural element, I was like, okay, I've done this several times. This is the first time I'm doing it at HBCU. So when we talk about culture, how are we going to talk about culture at HBCU? Right? How are we going to talk about culture at HBCU? Well, some of our previous presenters have already talked about culture and intersectionality. So I just wanted to put this slide up real quick. So when we're talking about intersectionality, we're talking about multiple identities that are within us, okay? And based on our environment, individuals may put us in one of these identities, right? While we're always serving, representing more than one, all right? And we talk about why individuals do that, but it's important and significant for us to recognize that how the individual is presenting, they bring more than just how they're presenting. Does that make sense? Okay. So when we're looking at our intersectionality here at HBCU, at VSU, what comes up? What comes up? What comes up? Disciplines. What else?
The mental health for the students.
I'm sorry, say it again. Mental health for the students. What else? Gender.
Only about with sexually abused or affected in certain ways.
Right.
Sharing them. Different forms of trauma that feels like really good that communities. That way.
Exactly. Someone over here said something.
I said,
Different educational backgrounds, right? Our class, right? Our ethnicity, and then our what? Nationality? All play a part in who we are, how we present, how individuals receive us, how individuals see us. Okay? And how often do we take the time to share that? Our physical ability. Right? I appear to be non-disabled, correct? Do you know if I'm non-disabled? No. Because the bad knee is good right now. The colonel knows those rock marches with the 200-pound rucksack. All right. So that's intersectionality. All right. And then we talked about culture, right? What is the cultural umbrella? What I want to center on here for this particular discussion and activity is colorism. All right, colorism. We certainly can do this with many different intersectionalities, but I wanted to center around colorism. Who knows what colorism is? Yes.
I don't be one person. I communicate when my family members who are more darker skin say, "Oh, I don't need to get sun. I don't need to get light." It truly bothers me, and I also actually
I want to add to that, and then colorism, understanding why a darker hued person would want to not become darker because of stigmatisms that follow that darker hue.
Right. Colorism is a phenomenon that we've been taught. The lighter you are, the better you are. The darker you are, the worse you are. And then everything in between. Okay? What we've been taught, which is a folklore, that Willie Lynch came up with this concept. But there's no research or evidence to actually support that myth. However, it occurred and it happened. All right? And it doesn't just happen in this country, it happens in other countries, all right? It's a $10 billion business to lighten your skin. 10 billion. So it's not just for African Americans or those that identify African diaspora, Latino, Hispanic, Asian, everywhere. All right. So everybody remember Blackish? So we're gonna go back and check out Blackish here. Okay. Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Do we have any questions from them or anything in the chat box?
We do not have anything in the chat box yet, so you can next to it, so any.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. So I want to play this clip, and some of you might remember. Everybody remembers Blackish, right? Comic? Yes, Andy Anderson. Should be the next slide. For the next slide. School. So let me set this up a little bit. This is the episode in Blackish, talks about Black like us. And this is when the youngest daughter got school pictures. And the pictures came back and they couldn't see her. They couldn't see her. And they had a discussion about colorism.
So. If you want to click it, would you like me to just pull it up?
Yes. I included the URL. So.
Oh, mine, it won't pick it up. I'm like, hitting control. And you know what? I might have that. So. It's probably a save. Black. So that's the way through it. The whole thing. And about 10 minutes, right? Each one 10 minutes. Oops.
Marianne.
How long is it? This is 1 minute. This one, that's this one.
So this is where we're picking this up at. They just looked at the pictures and now the family's talking about what they're going to do. And mom is calling the school to set up a meeting to discuss this particular issue.
I'm making sure I'm sharing my screen. Sorry. Screen.
My daughter was not lit properly in the class photo, and someone decided to print it anyway.
It's gonna be a fight. All right, let me give you a little context. Black people come in many shades, from Mariah Carey to Wesley Snipes. Because we look different, we get discriminated against differently. Like in the case of OJ, a magazine made his skin look darker to make him seem more villainous. And sadly, it's not just done to us, like with the "Are you darker than a brown paper bag" test. Sometimes we even discriminate against each other. It's called colorism. the racist belief that light skin is good and dark skin is bad. But it's not just us. People are color struck all around the world. In Asian communities, some people use umbrellas and visors to avoid the sun. In Indian communities, some dark-skinned actors say they have trouble starring even in Bollywood movies. And in the Latin community, products that bleach your skin are becoming increasingly popular. But with Black Americans, people believe colorism was the brainchild of a slave owner named Willie Lynch, who taught other slave owners how to control us by dividing us by color. Turns out, the story of Willie Lynch is a hoax. But it felt real because of the fact that slave owners did divide us by color, putting dark slaves in the field and light slaves in the house. This separation caused deep-seated tension and resentment that continues to this day. The resentment is so great that it makes us hypersensitive to issues of complexion, which brings us back to this. It's gonna be okay.
Okay, so at your tables, talk about your experience colorism here at BSU.
The hard question is.
Talk about your experience in colorism here at BSU.
Oh, look at that.
Excuse me? All, just the whole concept of colorism here at BSU.
Look. and that- I don't know, I didn't do anything different. I didn't do anything different. I don't know. Now, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see. That's not a-
I do, it's fine. That's why I did, that's why.
There was more of that scene too up there.
Yep, that's exactly what it.
With you.
Yeah.
The only things that I.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, our two segments of the meeting. So yeah, just.
Just pulled it off this thing. Season 5, episode 10. How many that?
Season 5.
Here we have a bunch of colors. Radiator, Don't Be My Neighbor, Scar, Purple Heart, Fall, 3 and 5. Yeah, that's the one that was the one that was like on the first time.
Okay.
I was gonna say, they probably touched on it. Sorry, it will get the. Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you.
And I was just about to ask if anyone.
Yeah, they aren't necessarily saying things.
Okay, so yeah.
There's one comment in the chat.
There you go.
Where did I just hear?
You heard Dr. Menace.
One more time.
That's where you need to be.
Are they talking? I thought I heard somebody talking. On my computer.
Yep, that's me. There are comments in the chat.
Okay, I got the chat up. Yeah, sorry. Is it not coming? Yeah, why is it not going through? Because I have one of them.
You want the chat to be on?
No, somebody. It's talking.
Let me look at the. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give me a second. Hold on. That's an AV thing.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna slide this over real quick.
You could just respond to that. Thank you, Nana.
So you,
And Alicia. No, the bottom, no, Alicia? Yeah. No negative experience. That's so weird. Oh, here's the, yeah, I see the manifest. No, I see, I didn't see the whole comment. Oh, that's fine. I'm not sure about it, but it's above there. So the institutionalized so there's a lot of that. Let me know.
All right. Again, more good discussion, more good energy. I wanted to check in with our virtual group. There were a couple responses. It's a major problem now because people are buying bleaching products just so they can fit in. They believe coloring their skin is more beautiful. Hence why these products are on the market. And then Nana, namely, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. She indicates she has not, she believes the phenomenon on social media has a lot to do with it. And then she said she reports she has not had a negative experience around colors here at BSU. So I'm interested to hear some of the discussion at the table. Anyone want to share?
Yeah. I'll bring it over there to you, Dr. Lewis. So, it wasn't directed from someone here at Virginia State. Being in charge of the ROTC program, I had to deal with other military members from the other universities, UVA, Richmond, VCU, things of that nature. When I first arrived, there was a major that got promoted to lieutenant colonel, so it was two of us here. But I was the one that was actually in charge. So we were at one of the events, and everyone kept coming to him. He was, Caucasian lieutenant colonel as well, but everybody kept coming to him. And I guess they thought I was the assistant professor of military science. And so I just let him run, and then finally he was like, well, no, I'm not in charge. He's in charge. And then everybody was looking like, oh, wow, I didn't realize you guys had a, African-American as your PMS over there. So, I let him run with it for a little while.
Over here, yeah, we sort of talked about the issue of colorism as being an us thing versus a them thing. If you know what I mean by saying that, because I was sharing with the group, we were sharing I really haven't experienced here at Virginia State University, perhaps as much as I do in my own family or in our own families. When your first cousin and one cousin with light, bright, curly, wavy hair, and one cousin is slightly darker with coarser hair. Oh, isn't this child just the most darlingest, adorable, cuddly, bubbly little child? And you look cute too, Ken. But this child, at 3 years old, that sticks. Before I let go, the irony is, it's like media has just gone berserk with let's dispel, let's make sure that we have equal color all over the place. And you never see a black couple anymore in bed. You never see a white couple in bed. It's like this, a black man, Hispanic woman, or a white man and a black woman, or something like that. And it's just fascinating to watch. It's almost as though somebody has rewritten the code to say we have to make sure we offend nobody by having everybody lie in bed together. I think that sometimes they go too far with the advertising thing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both. Anyone else want to share? Yes.
I think this situation actually, talked about at the table happens at BSU. When I was coaching, I was the cheerleading coach for about 6.5 years. And I lined my girls up, height order, but it just so happened the height order actually was color order as well. And someone addressed me and said, well, why do you have your girls going from light to dark or from dark to light? Like, why did you do that? And for me, I was just kind of like, well, my baby, she's darker skin. I'm gonna put her, she's short. That's what she's, in high order. So I think not necessarily realizing that that's what individuals look at, because I know I've gone through colorism myself, but not actually in the workplace. So that was my first time encountering that.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll share a story that I shared as my second story as we were having this conversation. So I was at an HBCU Engage conference about 2 months ago, and I encountered a National Institute for Health agency director. And she said, oh, you're at Virginia State University. And she says, I went there a couple of decades ago, maybe 3 decades ago. And she said, I attempted to pledge this sorority. And she said, I was told that my skin color was too dark for that particular sorority. So the next semester, my parents took me out and I went to X University and pledged that sorority.
Yes. And as these stories are being shared, I see some head nodding, right? Some experiences, yes.
I just want to share a story. It really, it doesn't have anything to do with color, right? So I have a good friend who is, this is a racist story. Sorry, Josh.
But I have a good friend who is an oral surgeon in Charlotte. We grew up together and she's done really well for herself. And she bought this beautiful beach house like in February. So for that Easter, our family went to this beach house. And I got there first. I was at the house first. So I'm just looking around and I'm in the backyard. This was like in March during Easter time. I'm looking around, I'm at the pool, and her neighbor that's not directly behind her, but like catty corner to her, because the lot next to hers was empty, comes over and he's like, I'm like walking out and he's like, hey, and I'm like, oh, neighbor, hi. And he goes, are you here cleaning this house? And I said, and so I turned around, I pivoted. And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, yeah, are you cleaning this house? And I said, did you ask me if I'm the housekeeper here? Shout out to all the housekeepers. First of all, let me say that. And I was like, did you ask me if I'm the housekeeper? And he goes, yeah, like, are you here cleaning? Are you almost done? And I was like, so you're asking me if I'm the house, like if I'm the person cleaning this house? And he goes, yeah.
Before we get clarity.
Yeah, I want to make sure I got clarity. I said, I'm a lawyer and a professor. And this guy turned, red as, I don't even know what he turned. And his mouth just dropped open and he couldn't even say anything else. And I said, but, that's what I am. And the person who owns this home
is Black as well. So I'm just gonna give you a word of advice. Probably when you see African, I said Black, I didn't say African American, I'm not that politically correct. I said, when you see Black people coming here and enjoying their time here, it's probably best that you don't come over here and assume that they can't afford this house that's nicer than yours. And that they're enjoying the privacy of their own, the home that they own here. So what's your name? And he goes, my name's Ron. And I was like, okay, racist Ron, I gotta go back inside. So you have a good day. Yeah, I said, okay, racist Ron, I'm Tracy. I gotta go back inside, but you have a good day. And I never saw him again for the rest of the weekend, but that didn't happen.
Did you expect it to? Just a quick share. Yeah, just a quick share. We have two kids, boy and girl. The boy happens to be a much lighter complexion than my daughter, his sister, and for some reason, wherever we go, he always seems to be getting the attention more than my daughter. You know, and I guess it is what it is. Just look up she also that I think it was last year when we came over from New York, and we went to the high school down here on what's the name of it? Not my school. No, it's anyway. Went to a high school down here to see if I could get her into the high school. Thomas Dale, thank you. Thomas Dale. So when I went to Thomas Dale to see if we could get her into high school. Now, the interesting thing was my son, of course, is they're like 3 years apart. He's not ready for high school yet. But for some reason, why they were saying that they could not take my daughter because we didn't fall in the zone. Yes, the woman, the administrative, whoever she was ready to tell me that within maybe a year or so, or when my son finishes his school, he could come and apply to go to the high school that she offered that to my daughter after a year. Of course, she could, she could apply to that school right now, but nonetheless, I was surprised that she made the offer to my son, who would be like 3 years old before he could apply to the high school. So that was the first experience of, colorism, of who is accepted and who is not accepted. So that was my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And our virtual audience, you see some of the comments. Provost Menace talks about her son is treated differently because he's lighter complexion. And Alicia Rowley concurs with her sons, their lighter complexion. And as you see, Nana, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Nene is talking about the experience of the VSU women's soccer team around colorism. If you're able to share a little bit more about that experience, Nene, in the chat, that'd be great, because people, thank you. Okay, yes. Okay. At the state. So we're gonna play this last clip.
Since when did you become dark skinned?
I'm not dark.
Not as dark as me. No one in this family is as dark as me. That's the problem. It's not a problem.
We can't see it
The fact
online.
that you're different is a good
You
thing.
can't hear. Okay, hold on 1 second.
If it's
Hold on, I've got online cannot hear.
We
So hold on
can't
1
see it
second.
either. We can't see it. We can hear it, but we can't
You
see
can
it.
see it, but can't, or you can share it, but can't see it.
Yeah, to stop sharing and share.
Stop share, reshare.
Button when you hit share. Supposed to be a button.
You can call Nana Kofi. That's a male.
I think it's kind of weird that I can hear you on the computer. Trying to figure out why I can.
Say share sound.
It did option, wasn't it?
It's up.
Stop sharing and do it again.
It's up now.
It's up now. Okay, they could hear, but couldn't see. So hold on 1 second, but it's coming back.
over there to the side, says share sample.
Okay,
You click it,
hold on.
right?
I'm having, hold on one second. I got it. Share sound.
And then,
Share sound.
Right
yeah, there you go.
I had everybody once. I was trying to hear someone talking through the computer.
You want to start it? Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Since when did you become dark skinned?
I'm not dark, but I'm dark enough.
Not as dark as me. Oh. No one in this family is as dark as me. That's the problem.
That's not a problem. The fact that you're different is a good thing.
If it's so good, then why are you all so scared to talk about it? Like today, you're saying that it's about the camera lighting or complexion. No. It's about me being darker.
Well, it's a complicated issue, but Diane, all black skin is beautiful.
Yes.
Okay. So then why do people bleach their skin?
How many people do that?
It's like a $10 billion business.
Oh.
Diane, I had no idea that this hurt you so much.
How could it not? It's everywhere I look.
Oh, trust me. Women like us shouldn't wear red lipstick. Try this one.
It's everywhere I go.
Oh, look at you. You are gorgeous for a dark-skinned girl.
It's everyone I talk to.
Sweetheart.
You see? Now you feel bad for me.
No.
This is why I didn't want to talk about it. I just don't want to be different.
What?
Responses? Yes.
I would watch that, everyone's story. It makes me also realize I grew up in a bubble. And so I never experienced colorism in my household. My grandfather had us running around the house with James Brown, say about a black rats. So my brother's movies. Whether you were dark skin, light skin, if you had, of course, curly hair, and I remember go about the hot phone every once in a while, she just braid your hair, depending on the situation. If not, she'll stop waterful. So I don't know, it was weird. Here it is, I didn't learn about colorism until I was an adult, but it was never something that I never noticed, I guess, until I became much older. So to hear people's stories and stuff, I was like, wow, I didn't know this was really a thing until much later. Because and my family, we didn't really have people from all complexions, how I grew up. And also, like, my family really taught a lot of black pride. And then also, my family's originally from New York too, so they used to be around a lot of, I guess, people, and they said maybe down south, it's just everything was about color, more so as a custom. It makes me really realize, as my childhood, a bubble.
Thank you. Here we go.
Okay, so I don't know if I should even tell the story, but I'm gonna tell it. Okay, so my youngest son, he's light skinned, right? And so the school, when he was in elementary school, kids really pick up on this stuff. So when he was in elementary school, he came home on his first day of school and I said, "How was your day?" "Mom, all the kids in the classroom is black." And I said, "Really?" I got a little bit upset because this school was mostly white, it was a good mix of mostly white. And he came home and said, all the kids were black. I was getting ready to say, let me call the principal. I'm about to lay this lady out because he's putting all the black kids in one class. So I told my husband, I said, you better go up there because I don't want to call, right? I don't want to call and have to say anything to him. He went up there and he looked in the classroom and all the kids were white and my son was the only black kid. So he had gotten it backwards, but kids do, I guess I say all that to say kids do pick up on that stuff. They do pick up on the racism stuff. So here I'm thinking that they were putting all the black kids in one class. And he has gotten it all mixed up because all the kids were tans in the class. And he's like, you know, he's trying to blend in or whatever. So anyway, I thought I had to tell us.
Thank you. Anything else? Let's check with our virtual group. I think, like an article to that story, okay? Just want to check that.
You want to click it?
Yes.
I think it's a news article for that.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. There's an article just happened in October. Okay. Yes.
So I probably didn't learn about colorism actually until I got into high school, because I went to Catholic school from K to 8. So everybody, most of the people were white in from K to 8. But when I got into high school, I went to public high school, and that's where I learned about the colorism and you talk like a white girl and all of those, you know, all of those, I don't know the word I want to use, but that come from the community that describe who you are, try to identify. You can't just be yourself. You have to talk like this or look like this or dress like this in order to identify as one of us. And before that, I didn't know anything about it because I was just Black to the people I went to school with. Not that I was treated differently, but that was just what it was. So when I got 9th grade, I had a rude awakening about colorism and the things that come along with that.
Thank you. Thank you. So when we talk about colorism, as we shared these stories, how do you communicate when you've experienced this this phenomenon about colorism and those messages that you have received for so long? How do you then communicate?
We were talking, when you asked about colorism, I considered it from the employee, faculty, staff standpoint, not when I was a student. When I was in grad school, I had a Nigerian professor who was nicer to me and some of my classmates and was not as nice or kind in teaching to our darker skinned classmates. And there was a complaint filed. The words like pretty privilege was used, things of that nature, to also go within our community as well. For me, I'm a light-skinned Black, but I'm also a dark-skinned Asian. So I never consider someone utilizing me. But what I would do was advocate for my classmates and agree with the difference in how they were treated and not acting as if it was not happening. So I think that true advocacy in any room is also important, because what we go on with not acknowledging, we allow to just continue to fester. So that from my experience, I was 25 at that time. So it was kind of propelling me to spaces that I didn't think I would ever be in, but to learn how to advocate for others in that way, I think was kind of a core moment for me.
Thank you.
In terms of, I think, colorism and growing up within it, and I shared with the table that, you know, in school, it was, you know, the dark-skinned girls went over here and the light-skinned girls went over here, but how do I really identify? Growing up, I was the darkest one in my house. So not necessarily understanding where I fit in, I then became an introvert because I didn't understand I don't fit with either group. I'm not going to be like you or try to be something that I'm not. So I think just how did you respond and how do you communicate? Either you try to fit in or you just kind of shut down and stay to yourself.
Sharing that. And again, and we're talking about communication and a colleague, how much do we communicate non-verbally? What's that percentage? Can you give us throw out a percentage? Something around 80, I've read, right? So 80% of our nonverbal behavior is communicated. Okay? Factor in individuals' lived experience just with colorism. Just with colorism. When we talk about culture and intersectionality, just colorism. How are we commuting with our colleagues, those that report to us, our students, our staff, our leadership?
So, when I was growing up, I was the darkest person in my family. We took this picture and, my great grandfather was white. So they looked at the picture and they was like, you a spot on the picture, Kim. And so, and then they chuckled, and everything. And I talked to my mom about it, and my mom, because I always had that complex about color. And so my mom was like, well, it's not that easy on this side either. And they joke on you on this side as well. And since she was my heart, I listened to her. And so what it did for me was it made me observant. So in the classroom, if I see any kind of pushback or any kind of mistreatment, I immediately talk about it, and have a conversation about it. Because you have to be able to be uncomfortable with being comfortable.
Most definitely, most definitely. So we talk about, what we just talked about was trauma. All right. What we just talked about was trauma and our experiences with trauma. And you heard many of the stories when I was young. All right. When I was young. These things carried with us. They stay with us. Right? We learn how to adapt. We learn how to adapt, but do we learn how to adapt healthy? In a way where we can thrive and not just survive? Okay? So we talk about trauma-informed communications to improve workplace culture. All right? Who's familiar with just trauma-informed care? Anyone? Okay. Some. It is a counseling psychological intervention, all right, that we use within the counseling space that has now been accepted in workspaces because businesses recognize the way individuals communicate with each other and individuals' past experiences impact how successful they are at work, and how successful they are at work improves the bottom dollar. Does that make sense? Okay. So we talk about different types of trauma. We have acute trauma, chronic trauma, complex trauma, historical trauma. Okay. Based on individuals' experiences, we all are subject to trauma. Understand about 25% of all of us experience trauma, all right? Or let me back up. We all experience trauma. About 25% have a difficult time moving through that trauma, learning to manage and live with that trauma, okay? So 75% of us have developed skills, coping skills to thrive, okay? So, our virtual community, what are the questions or statements?
They can talk.
No, did not talk about landlords.
The landlord is not or access for the problem. I think that was tell me, I don't really like because they don't care. Very
It's here too, unfortunately, right? You say Colonial Heights? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we kind of talked about this already, but as you look at, this particular reflection on intersectionality, again, we just talked about color. All right, we just talked about colors, one element. What other identities have you experienced that you may carry trauma, right? Being a female, growing up poor, sexual abuse, physical abuse? How have those traumas impact you, knowing or unknowing, in the workplace, specifically VSU? And the only reason I'm saying specifically VSU, why? Because we're at VSU, all right? Nothing against VSU, it's just where we're at. So if you could talk about that at your table. What examples of challenges you face at VSU or other workplaces that exist at the intersection between two or more aspects of your identity?
It's going well. Switch to.
I didn't know more of the question. I didn't know.
One more minute to finish up, we'll come back together. One more minute to finish up. All right. So let's report out. Who'd like to share a little bit? Who would like to share a little bit of what you talked about at your table? On the way.
So I actually graduated from Virginia State University with my bachelor's. Immediately after I graduated, I became a deputy sheriff. My first day on the job in corrections, I had another deputy say to me, when they realized that I was from an impoverished community, that they didn't think anything good came from that environment. This is like my third set of locks. I don't know why I keep cutting them off. But another statement that was made that exact same day was that there was inmates in the facility that looked like me. And so right now, being at Virginia State University, that allows me to utilize my experiences coming from the criminal justice field and working as a practitioner in this field to let the students know, hey, yes, when they say you're a product of your environment, you are, but what type of product are you going to be? Is it going to be positive or is it going to be the stereotypes that they have of you? So I utilize that to help my students to know that, hey, you may experience some of these things, but it's definitely a great opportunity for you to look at the type of environment that you're going to be working in and see that it's going to be something that's going to foster you to grow, or is it going to keep you down because you may experience racism, you may experience colorism, but what are you going to do with that? And so the best thing is to grow from it and not allow it to break you down. So those have been my experience. I've worked in the criminal justice field as law enforcement, juvenile detentions and so forth. And so just witnessing the things that occur in criminal justice, and a lot of students get into this field because they want to make a change, but they have to understand that what comes with making a change is it's not always going to be easy. You're going to have that people going back on what you're trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Those same people that I experienced those racist remarks and so forth, now they come to me for references. And they come to me to see what they can do to get to where I am. So I let my students know that as well.
So in regards to colorism, I don't know much about it, but I know years ago I looked into some research topics on that around that field area. And if the literature still holds true, it was proven or stated that children who are biracial are much more likely to commit suicide. And the reason why is because there was never a sense of belonging. They couldn't belong. They were constantly left in limbo where, attending, let's say, a university that was fairly diverse, where did they belong? Were they with the Caucasians or were they with the Blacks or African Americans? The middle was fairly gray. And therefore, they were more vulnerable to committing suicide. So only this is to say that this is very serious and should not be taken lightly. And if we are also considering colorism, we should also consider ethnicity. ethnicity is another aspect of things that is not spoken about enough. And I hope to change that soon.
All right, thank you, thank you. And I know for me, early in my career, I actually started teaching at 33. I'm 155, all right, because you know, black don't crack, brown don't break down, right? But I had taught, I was blessed enough to go back to my alma mater, predominantly white institution, all right? Had been there literally about 6 months. And probably in February of that first year as a visiting, I was offered a tenure track position. Now, mind you, I've already been there a whole semester. Now, there's only 3 of us in the school, all right? And 2 of them were women, all right? And I dress like this. And the reason why I dress like this is because I learned in the military, your clothing, your uniform can mask some of these other identities that you can't get in, right? Does that make sense? So I always dress up. But we had this huge meeting about reorganizing, about 80 faculty, went to the meeting, and I'm walking in the door, and my colleagues are in the back of the room, and they're saying, come on over. And this colleague of mine, who I saw every Thursday night because we taught literally in the same hall, stepped in front of the door and said, this is for faculty. I said, I know. I proceeded to go in and they said, this is for faculty. I said, I know. I went to step in and they literally grabbed my arm. And 2 of my colleagues were like, hey. And then she was like, oh, go in. So me being young and me being a black male could not possibly be in a faculty meeting. So again, and that's something that carried with me the rest of my time at my alma mater as a faculty. I changed the way I communicated with people. I changed the way I approached individuals, subconsciously most of the time, because that was a traumatic event that impacted. How are you communicating with others based on past traumas or current traumas? Has anyone heard of adverse childhood experiences? Yes? My colleague in the social work department, you want to speak about it?
No, this is something that we talk about within our department a lot. As social workers, we have to recognize how these events play out because we can't serve the populations we choose to work with without understanding how things affect us.
Yes. So these are potentially traumatic events that occurred in our childhood, all right? And colorism is one, all right? Racism is another, abuse. Now, there was a study done about 20 years ago that all kinds of stuff has come out of that study, all right, that talks about if individuals have been impacted 2 or more, there's been an adverse effect on their adult life. 4 or more, there's a greater chance of them having difficulties in life, work, relationships, family, okay? So I wanted to share, these are the top 10 adverse childhood experiences, all right? And again, we're talking about cultural communication, all right? In our spaces, our workspaces, specifically here at DSU. If we are not taking the opportunity to get to know our colleagues, how much of a help are we being? Okay? Now, I'm not suggesting that folks need to come out and share all their business with someone. I'm not saying that at all. But as a leader, as a colleague, have the empathy, right? Have the compassion to simply check in. We know if someone's off, right? And how do we approach that? Because we don't know what's going on in individuals' lives. We know what's going on in ours. Does that make sense at all? Okay. And as some of you look at the list, some of you, I know I have 4 of those right now. I've experienced 4 of those. And like Dr. Rowley said, I have a counselor I go to. I have a support system that I go to. All right? Because I was taught non-verbally that individuals that look like me, Black men, we don't ask for help. We don't talk about what it's like to be a man. We just man up, right? Just some quick information here of how trauma affects the body. Know that there are some physical, emotional, psychological impact, all right? Neurologically, psychologically, physically, and socially. Anyone have any thoughts or ideas on how trauma impacts one of these 4? Yes.
Yes, I was in a previous position here at the university, supervised by a very toxic person. And I have never spent so many days out sick during that time because I went to the doctor one day, my head all the way down was like a board. And he was like, my doctor was like, what is wrong with you? What is going on? I told him about it. I actually broke down crying while I was telling him about it. And he was like, no, I'm gonna write you out for a week. Because the next thing, because my blood pressure was high, everything was, because it was like, I was just tense. Because you're going into a landmine every day when you're going into it. You didn't know what was gonna happen. And so I've experienced this.
I socially trauma respond. Dr. Smith has been around when I kind of play too much. My father is an addict, and I'll always say, well, my dad a crackhead. What do you want me to do? And instead of, being honest with the situation, I have just always trauma responded that way into a joke, like, well, that's why I am the way I am. Or it's a blessing that I'm not crazy. And that is one of the things that I socially do is I trauma respond in an inappropriately jokingly way, because my trauma is my trauma. And for the longest time, I didn't know that other people had that same experience. Actually, until I came to college, I didn't realize that I wasn't the only person in the world with a parent who's an addict. So it has always just been a joke rather than a true confirmation of something that has happened in my life.
I'll give it to you, Madeira. I was sharing with Kenneth when we were doing one of the other exercises about the circles. One of my circles was fixer. And it's because I have a cousin who is an addict. He's 2 years younger than me, and I have been his conservator for the last 5 years. So I've gone from being like cousin, everybody's hanging out, to like parent almost, toxic parent, right? I didn't know anything about addiction, at all. And I got this responsibility, and it was very overwhelming. And I'm gonna say thankfully, but it happened like right before COVID. So I wasn't at work, but I could only imagine what I would have been like if I was at work learning about addiction. He had an ex-wife and 3 kids, but he was the sole primary custodian of the kid, so it wasn't just him I had to take care. I had to figure out how to get him in treatment, how to get the kids to do the things they did, how to get their mom back involved in their life. And I'm thinking about it now, and I hated COVID, obviously, but I would have been, I probably wouldn't even have a job if I had to be here every day dealing with that and coming to work, you know, with students and, you know, faculty and staff, just learning how to deal, like cope with those issues. And so 5 years now, I'm better. I'm not great, but it's still a very hard experience to deal, you know, to go through. I'm very hopeful that I can get out from being this conservative very soon, but it does not look like it. So y'all just pray for me. All the time.
So, when I look at that list, I think I had everything on that list. But when I was growing up, I used to stress eat. When I went here to Virginia State, I was 450 pounds. I spent my entire life overweight, and that's another form of being identified. I was a fat kid, and nobody ever speaks to that person like, oh my God, they went from, because I didn't know I wasn't being spoken to until I lost weight, people started speaking. But you know, after I had to have a gastric bypass and go through that. But now I don't stress eat because it'll make me sick, but my body takes stuff internally. I have a heart condition. And so what I have to do now is just tap out. When I get to something that's overwhelming, I just shut down. I said, no, because if I want another day, I have to take a mental health break and just do what I need to do to keep on living.
And that's okay. That's what you're supposed to do. And as good colleagues, good leaders, we should be doing the same. Right? Take care of yourself. Be well. Oh, stop.
Made a change. Yes? There we go.
There we go. So again, just real quick, trauma-informed communications, trauma-informed cares introduced by ACE study, as I talked about. Communication is the primary focus of trauma-informed care. So how we communicate with individuals, knowing their history, getting to know people, all right, is a way that we can, one, address any particular issues, because there's a direct correlation with traumas and health, physical health, all right? People not showing up to work, all right? People tapping out. How does that impact the work that needs to be done at VSU, right? And all based on how we approach, how we connect, how we communicate with them. Here are, oops. Oh, yeah, I think I double slide. Anyway, here's some trauma-informed communication. How do we approach this? How do we move and how do we go about this? Communicate respectfully, be respectful of others' life experiences. That's a big piece. All right, the second one, I find this being an issue among all people, all right? We have to have the capacity to validate one's experience. It's not up for us to say it happened or didn't happen. If they're coming to us and share, we just take them at face value and support them, okay? And support them. If something goes left, it will come out. It will eventually come out, but be respectful of others' life experiences. Build healthy relationships, okay? Build healthy relationships. We're at HBCU, we're supposed to be like family, right? What does that family look like?
Dysfunctional.
And the dysfunctional one is okay, as long as we're talking. As long as we're talking. Be an active listener, focus on behaviors and not the person. Focus on the behaviors and not the person. Focus on the behaviors and not the person, all right? Use proper body language, increase self-awareness, and increase your resilience. Questions?
I think there's one in the chat. Nope.
What we got in there?
Nope, nothing. We're good.
Okay.
For now.
Any questions?
Who needs the money?
Okay. Know that we have support here at BSU. That is a resource that we pay for. All right, we pay for. Utilize it. Utilize it. Talking mental health, talking about physical health. Okay? Utilize it. Talk to your colleagues, talk to your team members. Y'all if you need this, get it. And know that you can incorporate your faith, your religion into that as well. Okay? It's not an either or, which we tend to do. Right? We can pray on it and go talk to somebody. I'll be around for questions if anyone wants to talk offline. Thank you very much. Our virtual team, thank you.
That was amazing. I think we're all healed. I am there.
Was it? I was already on the way.
Was it doing? It's not.
Okay. Only local people.
Hello, I know y'all been waiting to hear from me all day. So now it's time for some like end of day reflections and any questions you may have. Who would like to reflect? Let me rephrase that. Who would like to volunteer to reflect on their day before I start going eating my notes?
One,
Thank you.
one person from each table, please.
One person from each table, please. Yeah. My name's Rashawn. I'm in the College of Education. I'd like to reflect on, I thought everything today was really relevant to being future leaders and to being professors in the classroom, because we talked about empathy. That's something that we can utilize when we deal with our students. We talk about empathy as future leaders on our employees. We talked about the stresses that employers have caused us. And if we're going to be in leadership, we need to remember those things as well. And then I just, everything was really relevant, and it was coming from a social, from a mental health aspect. And that's something a lot of times that we don't think about. So I just thought all the presenters did a really good job of what they were presenting. And I just really enjoyed it today. I really thought everything was really good. It was really good. That's not much. One page thing, I got you.
Okay, I don't want to talk anymore. I don't want to talk anymore. So, anyway, I thought today was wonderful. I think it was nicely paced. I really enjoyed the session on leadership. And finally, this last session, in talking about colorism and race, it was very therapeutic, I thought. For me, it was an opportunity to interact and to express ourselves and to feel comfortable in a setting and doing that. So I thought the day went really, really well.
I would say that I enjoyed the day. I would say that I enjoyed the day. Not necessarily knowing what to expect on day one, but just to know that we gained skills that we can just take with us as leaders, but then also what we can apply in the classroom and just our everyday lives. So I think it's more than just the leadership aspect, but just the self-development as well.
I'm Kenneth Lewis, of course, and it's been a fascinating listen for collaboration of research. I am in the psychology department, but I'm not a psychologist, I'm a statistician. And sometimes I feel like the left-handed stepchild of the department because everybody else is a psychologist, even though I make myself happy to not be a psychologist, all right? But just everything that I have heard today has just been so fascinating that it piques my interest in wanting to contribute to writing something. And I'll do the stats part and you all do the rest of it. But for instance, when we're talking about trauma, well, from the statistical point of view,
I would look at latency. That's the time period between when the trauma happens and when the trigger occurs that reminded you that the trauma happened. And I know all the statistical stuff to make that happen. You all know all the substances stuff, like that. But it's just been a very revealing day from an academic point of view. It's been a very revealing day from a personal point of view. And I'm happy to come back. I was here last year for cohort 1 and got invited to come back for cohort 2. And so I'm glad that I did. I apologize for being late. I teach a class from 10 to 12. So if you don't see me from 10 to 12, that's because I'm teaching students statistics. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today was really, really great. Lots of self-thought and also just self-reflection. I love the presentation on emotional intelligence and how we can apply it to, of course, our workload and how to deal with, not necessarily deal, that's not the right thing to say, how to process and how to manage various how to manage coworkers and students and things of the like. But also, I feel like the most important thing is that for us to have emotional intelligence for others, we have to have emotional intelligence for ourselves. So that means that throughout our day, we have to pace ourselves and also give ourselves lots of grace and empathy as we deal with different things. Because of course, we know that each and every day as we step on campus can be very different. And a lot of us, I know that we try to do our best to leave home, and we don't do our best trying to leave work at work. We take work home. I definitely urge everybody to, try to go ahead and also with the first, the first activity that we did, just to take stock in all the things that we can get better at, and then also applying a little bit of that emotional intelligence to it so that we can rework our daily lives, so that we are getting better practices for ourselves, so we can have better practices for our students and the folks that we manage.
All right, so they gave me the mic because I haven't said anything today. So I'm Kate Shows, I'm from biology, and I have enjoyed being here today, mostly getting to know my table mates. I've enjoyed the self-reflection. I think that's an important part of leadership, is kind of knowing where you're coming from to know where you're leading people to. The talks about more specific aspects, things like colorism, things like the stickier topics were also very engaging and interesting as well. And I really enjoyed those discussions. Well, not enjoyed, but was engaged in those discussions. Just thank you for letting me be a part.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, I really enjoyed today, and as our last speaker, and probably many of us have gone through some of that with myself, and it's really important to me when I'm in the classroom or in my department to not be part of an environment where I am hurting other people. And I'm very glad for this event because I have so many young people even here that like come to me with very, very serious like suicidal thoughts. I'm in a department where we are all very good at what we do, but we can become better and more supportive as we talked about today. So thank you.
I just want to say thanks everybody for giving us your reflections. That was great to just hear what different people got out of it because it was all something different. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I want to say thank you for coming. Thank you for being engaged. I'm so glad that everybody got something. And we'll see you tomorrow.